All right, we're live. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome, Anastasiia. Welcome back. How's it going?
Hey, Jonathan. I'm happy to be here after the week-long break, and I'm excited to see some markets together. So I'm excited to see people in the comments. How are you guys doing today?
Yeah, let us know in the comments how you're all doing. I would like to know where you are from as well. Let us know where you're from. I know we have a very global community, but I always like seeing you where you're all from. All right, so we have some exciting things coming up today in the live stream. We have, of course, our session here with Anastasiia, and then later we got Mike coming on from ABL and Victor, and then of course we have Saul as well, the CEO of The5ers, coming on later for a live scalping session. So yeah, we got a lot of things coming up right here. All right, what are we thinking today in terms of the markets? Maybe we can start out by taking a look at, do we have any news coming up? Any news events?
We do have housing data coming up for US, and that's from the scheduled at least, because you know that in the past month since Trump took a presidential office, we had a lot of things that were not necessarily scheduled, right? But they're just coming out because he's constantly changing some things and doing announcements. So from the scheduled, as far as I know, it's a housing data, and it's a week
right.
full of different housing data, right? That is coming out as well. So
interesting now with Trump. It's like we always look at the news, like, and we ask ourselves like, what do we have coming up in terms of news? But then you have Trump. So it's like anything can happen, really. Anything can happen at any time, any day. It's just crazy, the volatility that that we can see sometimes from just a comment from him, just a comment or a speech or whatever. Insane volatility.
Insane
So do you
volatility
have any?
predicted as well moves, right? Because, well, you don't know. Well, right now we can already start building the framework of where he's heading and everything, but still, right? Sometimes he's coming up with some things that never, like, no one would expect, and then
Yeah.
we'll react. So once again, we said it before, but I think it's so crucial to just know how to manage risks right now and stay disciplined, specifically in the risk management in this kind of environment when you don't really know that, like, what is going to happen the next second, because seems like this guy is awake 24/7.
Yeah. I saw, like, I saw some video of him sitting in an office, and he has someone with him at all times on Twitter or his platform, I think it's Truth Social. So he has someone with him all the time, and just everything he says, right? He's just, put that out, and he just tweets it out. Like, so he has like personal tweeters or posters for him. It's pretty insane.
I heard the statistic that Alan, from the past 1 year, has posted on average 30 posts a day on X. So at least 30 a day. And people were like, where is the man working, But that's what you're saying. They have someone who is constantly putting this news out there as well,
Exactly.
So it's just a different news calendar now, right? Like, you go on X, you go on the Truth Social, right? The social media as well. And this is where you look actually for what is going on.
Yeah, you definitely need to have like a tab open on Twitter or X or whatever, and kind of look at what he's posting, because it's it's probably going to move the markets. Like, you have when it came out on the weekend saying, like, a couple of weeks ago, I think at the beginning of the month, where he said, like, we're going to put these tariffs on Canada, and then a couple of days later, but we're not gonna do that, And but I think the more things like that we see, the more the market is kind of absorbing it, and they're getting used to it. And I don't think we're going to see huge reactions from the market with time. But yeah, it's definitely interesting times that we're living in, for sure. All right, Anastasiia, do you any trades you're looking at? And by the way, before we I know you asked me before the live stream, are we going to announce the big event? And I said no, but actually we are going to announce that big event. So what I want you guys to do, I want you to go to the description of this video, because we do have something big coming up next month on March the 11th. We're going to do a full day. You guys probably remember the boot camp, the boot camp trading week, that we have a full week of educational content. This time we're going to be doing a full marathon, a full live stream, a full day packed with educational content for you guys. So make sure that you go to the description of the video, because the first 5,000 traders that sign up to this event will get access to an exclusive trading contest with really, really cool prizes. I'm going to have some more information on that for you guys throughout the live stream, but make sure you go to the description. You have a link down there, the5ers.com/trade management marathon. I can post a link in the comment section here as well. And the first 5,000 to sign up will be able to join a very exclusive trading challenge with some really, really good prizes. So make sure you go and sign up. All right.
This is going to be a massive, massive event. Guys, the preparation is going full speed. So make sure to go sign up, and make sure to leave this day free, to make sure that you're not missing out on any information that is going to be going on there. That's any information that is going to be shared by your professional speakers, because this event is something that can really help you in your trading career, to really change how you view the trade management, the risk management. And this is one of the most essential parts in your whole trading puzzle, where you're creating your trading system, your trading profitability. So like Jonathan said, go sign up right now to make sure that you're not missing out.
Definitely. All right. Let me go through my swing position here quickly, and then when we covered that, we can look at perhaps some of ideas that perhaps you're looking at. So Euro GBP, again, it's just terrible conditions for me here. It's just the the spreads are just eating up my profits. I might close this. I'm definitely going to close this end of the week because I don't want to pay more swaps on this one. I've been in this for the whole month, and it's just nothing's happening really. And then we got AD CAD where we got that breakout on AD CAD, so looking good so far. I'm up some good amount of this one, and I'm looking to, if this daily candle, like I explained yesterday, I want to focus on daily candle closes. A good way for me to really ignore the intraday noise is to only focus on the closing price of the daily candle. So basically, this is the only, like this candle is the only candle I care about until this candle is closing. And if this candle will close above like this level, that means we have a breakout. And if we go down to the 4 hour, that's also like a good trend on the 4 hour. So I would be moving my stops either below that one or that one, add a little to that position. And then with every new swing high, or no, not swing high, swing low, higher swing low, I will be adding to the position. And hopefully this will be a big winner. USD CAD, not looking great. It closed one of the positions here and waiting for a rejection and this level to add back. And if we break out, I'm just going to close the position. Entity USD coming back down towards entry, waiting for a bounce here. Will start moving my stops up based on probably based on like I like this structure here. And if price comes back down here, I don't know, maybe I'll start closing some of the smaller positions. And then we have NCD CAD, where I'm hoping that we're going to get a break out of that trend line. And if we do get that, I will be adding to that position once again. And the way USD CHF, about to move back down to back up to my entry. I'm going to look to add some if we have a rejection here. And then again, if we moved up towards here, I might just close that trade. So that's what I have this week for in terms of my swing positions. I'm not looking at 80 USD. I like that one. Possible retest of those levels is where I will start adding to a position.
What are the levels you are planning to add to your position for AUD USD? So you are now in a buy already.
No, so I have so many positions. I have multiple positions open on AD and USD. So I didn't want to enter a new one here, but I will look to enter a position if there's a bounce somewhere here. So if I do see on the daily that price comes down here and forms a low, I will be adding to this position. Not adding, I will start building a position, basically probably with stop loss somewhere in that area. And what I'm looking at is a move from like the lows here to the highs here. I'm looking for price to retrace some of that move, right? Because that is almost on the 3-day, and you can look at the weekly. On the weekly, it moves straight down. And usually, when you have such a strong move to the downside on the high time frames, usually you'll start retracing at least some parts of that move, and that's what I'm looking at here. In terms of new positions, I'm watching not much. I kind of missed an entry on the S&P 500 here. We had yesterday. We had a big move down to the 0.618, and I would love to have had an entry when it hit that level. When did it actually hit? It hit it. Yeah, I could have definitely been in that. I don't know why. Yeah, I had my alerts just a little bit lower, but I would love to have been able to have an order here to buy and then just keep on adding into this area, because I do think that the S&P 500 is still quite bullish, and I think that is a great level to buy. Before we move on, I want to check Bitcoin just quickly. I haven't checked Bitcoin today, so because Bitcoin had a big move to the downside, and I have a feeling that it's probably reclaiming the range lows. Actually, not very confidently. It does have a support here, but it's still looking quite weak. So yeah, we might have that move down to 70, between 70 and 75. Interesting movements for sure.
Jonathan, have you looked at the USD CAD?
USD CAD. I think I have a position on USD CAD. Yeah, I'm short on USD CAD, which is obviously not looking great now, but you're probably long.
Yeah, no, I'm actually looking for the short, but from the current levels,
Yeah, yeah, me
somewhere.
too.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. And for AUD/USD, which is quite interesting actually, I'm now in a short, and my TP is where your interest would be.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why I was asking: are you already in a loan or are you not? Just to know if you
All
are
right.
trading against each other already.
Okay,
I
so
guess.
you want a TP like here?
So I want my TP at. I have my TP placed at 62,830. So 830.
Yeah. Yeah,
Literally, right there
that's
where
about
you're
this.
looking for entry. Yeah.
Yeah, that's about the place where I want to have my entry. Yeah, but I
Yeah.
guess that makes sense. You're trading into a level where I'm expecting price to go. So I guess we're basically trading the same idea. It's just that when you exit that trade, I want to enter it.
Basically, yeah. So I'm gonna be looking for this loan as well for AUD, USD there. If you don't mind, I'm gonna share my screen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just a second.
We have a comment from Vivek saying, please enable caption. I will go into the backend and I will see if I can do this right away. I'm not sure if, YouTube does not allow us to have live closed captions on like live subtitles. You can only do that in replays and on videos, I believe, but I will see if it's possible. There is third party things you can use though.
So,
Are you able to add
yeah,
your
I don't think I'm able to add my. No, not yet.
Okay, I will add it and I will
Okay,
make sure that you're able to do that going forward.
So what I'm looking at here, this is AUD/USD right now. So I wanted to share my ADAS, but for some reason the screen is still loading. So I usually look for my entries on ADAS platform for futures, and then I trade it on the CFD, on the 5ers account, right? So I do just my analysis based on the volumes and footprints, which unfortunately are not available on TradingView. So I make it a little more complicated for myself, but it does work for me personally. So what I was looking at here for AUD/USD is that if we look at this perspective of 1 hour, we see that we had a huge volume accumulation area. So the price exited, returned into this volume accumulation, and we had the pullback from that side. So we had a reaction from this level to the upside. So the price reacted, and then afterwards, it had a very choppy movement. Right, we had a very choppy, like downwards direction, but it did accumulate a lot of volume, and it feels like they were pressing the price through this previous volume zone. So it didn't go immediately, but after a while, after this choppy downwards movement, the price did appear below this box, this gray box that is marked up for me. And if you're going to zoom in slightly, so what we will also see is that this week's point of control, and it's already Wednesday, so it does matter, is right now at 63,425. Whether this is the maximum volume level from this current week trading there. So when the price appeared below it today, now I can't, I'm going to try to show it in a second when it's loaded. We had the volume clusters right here. So again, it's not unfortunately on the trading view, but we had a huge volume cluster in this area, which means that there was a lot of volume traded specifically on the downwards movement. And we can actually see it on the volume profile as well. So if you look at the volume profile that I have placed all the way from the last swing high, is that we have the huge volume like accumulation here. So it would be correct to place it here. So you see the histogram basically grew at this moment. So the volume accumulated there. So when the price broke to the downside, I was expecting the reaction back to the upside. And after the pullback was taken short, it took slightly some time until it's finally started going. Well, I mean, it depends on which terms we are talking about, right? Because if we are talking your swings, then it was quite fast. Then we are talking my intraday trading, then it took a little bit. But right now it is in profit and it's going. And I'm aiming, since these volumes are all above it. Again, if I switch back to 1 hour, so we have this huge volume above, we have current recent volumes also above the price. So everything that was traded during this drop, all the volumes are currently above the price. So the next volume is only where we just discussed with you 62,815, 62,790, so this zone. And in between the zone, there is a huge space. So I see that there is quite a big possibility of the free drop for AUD USD. The only things that I'm looking at is perhaps maybe I'm going to start closing it and opening my swing buy a little earlier. Because right now, there is another entry at 62,944, another volume. So I'm going to have a look at this. But basically, this is the zone there I'm aiming for taking my profits, and then I'm going to be re-entering buys. But I personally think that before I'm going to be re-entering buys, I'm going to see some kind of confirmation. Maybe I want also to see the volume accumulation or breaking above, the previous structure, and then only I'm going to be looking for the continuation to the upside. But right now I'm in a short, and it does not look bad. I'm going to see if I can bring my chart up. Another one? No. Here. So that is currently running. Now I risk 0.5%.
Is that the right? Sorry, is that the right one? I pull it up.
Yeah.
Okay, just let me know if you need me to change anything.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So this is the one that is running now, this AUD. So yeah, maybe I'm gonna take my profits slightly higher, 62,940 somewhere, but right now I'm gonna let it just run. And I'm gonna move my stop loss to break even. I think when we are 1-to-1, so I risk 0.5% always. So when we are 0.5% in profit, I'm gonna be moving it to break even, and then we'll see what is gonna happen with this. But that's the one that I'm currently looking at. And I'm gonna ask you again to put another of my screen up if you can.
Yep, no worries.
Thanks a lot. So this is Euro USD. Now it's really sad because I did miss this entry twice. I was planning to enter this trade immediately after the market opening on Sunday. It opened with a small gap. So I was like, okay, I'm going to wait for the morning. But when in the morning I looked at it again, it was already at my TP. I'm like, okay. And yesterday I was again looking into this, but already this point of control above just, was slightly giving me some 50-50, the indecision and some doubt. So I did miss this again, this perfect move to the upside. But right now also for AUD USD, for Euro USD, if it would go again here, but already a little higher, I don't know what you think about this, Jonathan, but I would look for some buys in this volume accumulation area. So long story short, if the price...
Yeah, I like that.
Here. Yeah, so together with AUD, if the price of AU goes down and EU goes down back to this area, I'm also going to be looking for a buy here. So that's something I'm currently looking at.
Yeah, that looks good. I like that. I like the EU as well. You have that clean level there. You have that breakout, and then say untested level right there. We're probably gonna get some type of reaction down there. EU is quite choppy though. It's feels like it's all over the place right now. But yeah, what I'm thinking is I'm hoping that we're gonna get a breakout to the upside. Kind of have a feeling that we might maybe come down and test that level that you are looking at, and then have that bigger breakout to the upside. I would love to see a move above 1.052. If that happens, I'll
I see.
If that happens, I'm going to be a good position for my open trades for sure. So hopefully we'll see something like that. But we're just gonna, I'm just gonna follow whatever is happening.
Yeah, so if the price goes up back there, I'm probably also going to be looking for a buy, but depending on the entry. Someone was asking about EuroCat. Did you have anything on it already, or do we look at it from the zero? Because I don't use EuroCat.
No, for me, I got nothing on EuroCat. I feel it's just not really... I want to see a daily structure, and right now it seems to be in the range or at least no clear direction for me, at least on the higher time frames.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing now, I don't usually trade it, so that's an important thing to say. But some people trade everything. Some people trade. I'm the trader that prefers rather to pick some assets and just focus on those couple. But if you look at the EUR-CAD, like you said, we are in quite an interesting range. But what I see on the 4-hour time frame is that we just has reached this volume of this previous consolidation. So if I'm going to place my volume profile over this whole range from already, where was it from? From the end of the January. So if we look at this, we have quite a volume in this area. So if it starts rejecting down, I probably wouldn't take an entry now, because it's ranging on hourly as well, and I don't like trading inside of the range. But what I would be looking at is some kind of confirmation. For example, if the price exits this range to the downside, let's say here we have another one. We have the small volume accumulation in this area. So if the price would exit back to the downside, then I would be looking for the short for EUR-CAD from the same zone. So I would like to see the pullback back. At this moment already, these volumes from above are going to be holding the price from breaking to the upside back. So if the price is here, then we're going to have an extra confirmation on the 30-minute time frame and hourly time frame that the price most likely is going to be bearish. And that's something I would be looking at. And the closest target for intraday would be back the same volume, 0.80. But then normally the main target I would be looking at around 49,300, 49,270 somewhere. So that's my would be overview for EUR-CAD. So the Alessandra was asking, is it a good sell? I wouldn't sell it now. There is a saying, don't sell what is going up. It's right now going up still. There is no, even the simplest break of structure. The trend is definitely strongly bullish right now, whether we are looking on the daily, on the 4-hour, hourly, 30-minute time frame. It didn't show any signs of weakness yet, no matter how you look at it, from different perspectives. So I wouldn't sell it right now. I would wait until it actually shows us that, okay, it's ready to go down. Then I would wait for the pullback, and then I would start entering sales.
Yeah, I like that. I like your CAD. When I look at it from the hourly, I mean, you look at the 30 minutes, but if you look at the 1 hour, I mean, we have hit a high time frame resistance, if you will, and then there is a very good level below. So if we do have confirmation here of a move down, what I am seeing though is we have I think a possible flag pattern, like a bull flag, and it seems like it could potentially be a breaking out. If I quickly switch over to my screen, I'll show you what I see here. We have a you have
30-minute one.
Yeah, well, if I'm on the 1 hour, you can kind of see it here as well, where you have something like this, right? Where you have almost like a bull flag, where price would, and if you view this as the flagpole, then that would be the target. So something like this. But I think that's quite unlikely, because if you then zoom out, you'll have. But you know what? It might happen, because that level above is just the highs here. So I think to short this, I'm with you on this. I mean, I do view this as perhaps a breakout. So that this would be the flag.
Yeah.
And then this is the break and retest of the flag. And then the measured move on this would be from the breakout, which would here, and that aligns with that high time frame level. But if this fails, so if we go below this level and we see something like this, then I think that would be a good shorting opportunity. And going back to the 1 hour, we have a very good level down here, like you talked about, and we could perhaps see a move all the way down here. So for me, this could be a really good short opportunity, like this, if we fail to if this flag fails to break out. So yeah, I like that. I like that.
I like that as well, and I like how you explained it as well. So someone was asking, which candles do you look at for the confirmation for your entries, and what time frame do you use? Because we trade completely different. Well, I mean, we trade, I think, similarly in some ways, but we see the things similarly, but on the completely different time frame. So
yeah, okay. So what I do is it depends if I trade. I have a strictly like mechanical system as well, but the way I trade, like when I swing trade, and the way I'm more comfortable trading is like I'm not trading like this. I like doing the analysis, and sometimes I like taking trades like this if I'm on the live stream and I see something and I want to take the trade. But I don't really like. I mostly do the analysis this way, and I don't really trade this way. The way I trade is basically I look at the daily, and I see a couple of levels, right? So I see one level here, somewhat, and then one level maybe here, and then one level below. So what I want to do is I want to trade from this level to this level, or from this level to that level. It's level to level. So if EuroCAD comes up into this level, forms a distribution range or same pattern as we've seen here, then I'm entering a short and taking it down here. And there's the confirmation that I use for these trades would just be daily candle closes confirming a break of a accumulation range or a distribution range. It's very simple, and I'm trading more of when I'm swing trading. I'm doing so more in a discretionary way, but it is based on clear rules and logic. It's just that it's based on my experience and my knowledge of the higher time frames. But if I'm on the lower time frames, it would have to be very, very systematic. So it's basically the same, but if we would look at this example, now I view this as a bull flag, and if I'm going to short this, I would have to look for invalidation, and that, in my opinion, would be a break first of this level. Price would have to go below this level, and when price is below this level, I would look for a rejection of that same level. And when I have a confirmed rejection, which means a rejection here and a break of that level, I now have high, lower high, a low, and a lower low. That's when I would probably enter right here, and then stops above here or stops above here. And then wherever that high time frame level is below, and that high time frame level is here. So it would be like a low time frame entry, but I would be trading down to the high time frame level, which is down here. And that's kind of like the way I want to be trading. And sometimes I do that live, but it's difficult because if I'm entering on the 15-minute and I have a 6R trade like this, then I know it's not going to be 6R. It's going to be maybe go down like this, and I'll be, maybe stopped out here with a trading stop loss. And that way of trading it doesn't really work out mentally for me. I want to be moving much more slowly in the market. I try not to take too many decisions in a day. I try not to take too many trading decisions because I know that long term it's not going to work for me. Even though I have the skills and the knowledge to be able to trade like this, I know that it's the stress of having to monitor the market all the time and taking many decisions in a day will eventually erode that edge that I would have if I would be able to do this just disciplined. So I think, yeah, it's just trying to adjust to my personality, actually.
So I have a question for you. So how did you find out what kind of trading personality do you have when you just started?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. It's a really good question, actually, and I think it comes with experience, because you have to try different things, and then you have to kind of like feel what's working, what is not working. And for me, I trade a lot based on the fact if I'm in a flow state of mind or not, and I can very easily feel if I'm like today, for example. I woke up with a headache, felt a little bit stressed. I felt a little bit overwhelmed with a lot of stuff I had to do at work, and immediately the first thing I did immediately when waking up was checking my trades. That's a really bad sign, right? When I'm in a good state of mind, I wake up, I have my breakfast. I don't even check the phone until after breakfast, right? That's when I'm starting the day in the right way, I know I'm in the right state of mind to be trading, and that's kind of like my signal to enter new positions or not. And I know that if I follow my mindset, it's like me having the right mindset open up more opportunity to see patterns in the market that is not based on emotions, it's not based on a bias, it's not based on what I want the market to do. It's simply based on what the market is telling me and what the market is doing. So, and I can't achieve that flow state of mind when I'm trading the lower time frames. If I'm actively trading the lower time frames, I'm going to be stressed. I'm going to micromanage the trade. I'm going to constantly look at my unrealized profit and loss. So when I switch to swing trading, where I kind of always go back to swing trading, I get a peace of mind, and I get a kind of like there's a calmness coming over me, and it shows in the profits. It's just I'm more profitable, and I think that's because it aligns with my personality. But I don't want, like, that's the thing. I don't want to be a swing trader. I want to trade like this. I want to trade on lower time frames. I want to be taking many trades. But sometimes the thing you want might not all the time be the thing that you need, And I need to be a swing trader, but I want to be a scalper, but I can't. It's, and I think I can learn to be a scalper, but I'm not sure I want to. I kind of like taking it easy and moving slowly.
I think it's so important what you said. Sometimes we can learn it, but it doesn't mean that we should do it.
Yeah.
Because it's really a lot about the trading personality and knowing your just strengths and weaknesses. If it gives stress to be constantly in the market, in and out in the market, intraday / scalping trading, then it's most likely not going to be just sustainable, I think, long term. Because if every
Definitely.
single day you need to be stressed when looking at the market, when managing your position, I don't think it can last, for a long time. It's just like a mental tiredness that gets developed over the time. And
Yeah.
I think this is just so important. And I actually get the question a lot. This is why I asked you, how do I find out, what is better for me? Should I be a scalper? Should I be an intraday trader? Should I be a swing trader? I know how you see it, but in my personal opinion is that in the beginning, when we just start, you just need to try a lot of different things to
Yeah.
find out what suits you best, what feels the best, what feels the most comfortable, and what are the strengths and weaknesses of your personality when you are trading. Because until we try it out, until we feel it out, we might like the idea of something. Like I like the idea of scalping. I see some people scalp, they're successful, profitable traders over the long period of time. I see that it's possible, but it's completely not for me. Just I can't. It just takes so much effort for me to just focus and make it. It just requires a lower time frame you go. It requires more and more faster decision making ability, and being able to stay cold-minded when making these decisions. And I think this is, if it's not something that the personality, this is an aspect of the personality of the specific person, specific trader, then it's better to just not do scalping, because over the time it's still not going to work out. We can learn a lot of things, but I also think that there is no point to try to break the wall, and try to hit your head constantly against the wall, trying to do something that just doesn't suit. And it's maybe an unpopular opinion, but I think trading should be boring in some way. Like, I'm really passionate about learning. I'm passionate about the market. I'm passionate about learning different strategies, trying to find out, how to go more in depth, learning about macroeconomy and so on. But the process itself, when I get on the charts, it's very boring. Like, I know what I'm doing, what I'm looking at, and I want it to be boring. I want to get emotional, and I want to be excited, and I don't want to also be stressed because of the big drawdowns, or because of the big moves, or because I'm doing something that I know I'm not supposed to be doing. So I think
you're
it's
absolutely right.
to try it out. I remember, I don't know if I told you already, but I used to try binary options when I first got into trading. That was a long time ago, it was like 7 years ago. And I was even profitable for a really short period of time, but it required so much emotional engagement that I was like this in the end of the day,
It's not worth it, right?
Yeah,
I mean, and if you get that, that amount of stress, it's just at the end of the day, it's not going to be worth it. It's going to take it too big of a toll. I have a question here in the comment, but before we answer that question, I'm going to show you something cooler. I have an intro for your segment here. I haven't showed you before, so I'm going to run that intro. And when we're back from that intro, you can take care of this question right. No, that's not the right one. Which question is it? Is it this one, the indicator you had on there? And maybe you can talk a little bit about that. Okay, let's see if I can find the intro. And all right, let's go. All right, there we go.
You guys love it. Let us know in the comments. I love this intro.
Yeah, it's really cool. Okay, let's. I'm gonna bring up your chart right here, and I'm gonna add that comment right here, and we'll go through. What was it? The volume and market maker present. I don't know. What is that?
I don't know what you mean about the market maker present. But regarding the volume, for tracking the volume specifically, I use what is called the developing point of control. It's a part of the PVP indicator, right? If you could go on the PVP, it requires a paid subscription though for TradingView, because I always get this question. It's only the paid version, but if you have it, you click on the developing point of control. Now, this is the thing. If I turn off everything else, this is this line that moves together with the market. And it shows how does the liquidity move inside of the market. So when the big volume comes in again in the market, like in certain percentage to the previous one, then it moves. And depending on where it is in the relationship to the price, to the candlesticks, you can see, did they enter for a buy or did the big players enter for a short? Okay, because if it appears, for example, here, so what we see, I'm going to zoom in to show how it works, or how do I use it specifically. So what we see, we had the developing point of control here at 62,777, and then the price moved up. And this developing point of control got stuck at 62, 650. Okay, so the 62,650, now it was here for a while. And as you can see, the price has rejected from it multiple times. Why is that? Is because when it moved above the price and the candlestick went below it, it essentially means that the big players or the big amount of volume was traded at the higher prices. If it was traded at the higher prices, it pushed the price down. It means that someone was entering for very big positions for a short. So it's most likely going to be like a wall. Initially, the volume is like a wall that is holding the price and is not allowing it to break it until all the orders, pending orders inside of this wall are filled in. We can also call it the liquidity, right? If the liquidity is filled in, there is no more orders, then the price moves up. What happened here? But until that moment, just from the developing point of control, you could take several, intraday trades, right? 20, 30 pips for AUD/USD. It's quite a good move. So that's a developing point of control. But in general, I just use the volume profile to see how does the price move. And it's, again, either the PVP or you have a drawing tool. it's on your trading view where your long and short positions are located. So if you look at the long and short position, lower you will be able to see fixed range volume profile. And this one I place on the moves. For example, one of the methods that I use, I place it on the swing move to the downside or to the upside, depending on the trend. So if we look at the past example here, just yesterday, right, we had the high, we had the low before the price started reversing, because the idea of this method is to find the size of correction. Basically, the same way you use Fibonacci to measure the size of the correction to find the zone from which the next wave most likely is going to continue. That's exactly the same principle, but instead of Fibonacci levels, we are using the big volume accumulation. So I place it from the high to the low. Now let's do this again. From the high to the low. And this is where the volume is. So this is where there was a point of control. If I'm going to highlight it, it was exactly this perfect entry from yesterday. It was just yesterday's example. I did miss this trade. I didn't take it, but that was a beautiful example. Today's is the same one. So I did exactly the same thing. I took the high, I took the recent lows, most recent ones. I found the point of control of it. It is right here. And I entered when the price was coming like closer to this, because on my other trading platform, I also saw the volume was here. But my stop loss was above this point of control because I supposed that it still can go all the way here, and it almost did before dropping. So that's basically this trading method that I used for this specific trade here. Nice. And I'm actually testing something new with volume profile. I'm still testing it, but perhaps next week on Wednesday I can show you some other tips and tricks also regarding the volume. So make sure that you are on.
Oh, that's right. Make sure you subscribe, hit that like, and we'll do a more deep dive into that next week. What is this? Who is this? The Alpha Beta Labs? What is that? What is that? Recognize the name. Maybe is it Alex? Maybe it's Alex. Probably Alex. Probably Alex. I just enter a long position here on EuroCAD based on that flag breakout. Said yeah, so this one right here on my evaluation account. So that's the trade right here, doing the so that we got the break and retest of that upper part of the oh, look at that, the same emoji, probably the same person. Michael, Big Mike, how's it going, man? Welcome. Trying to steal our attention here, but this is the breakout here that I'm in right now, looking pretty good. So the target is up here. Got it open on my evaluation account on MetaTrader. Looks like I opened very small position because I'm only in like $1 profit. There must have been a mistake. That's a very small profit. Wow. Okay. Well, it is what it is. A good trade though.
The good trade though. This does look good.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. So yeah, the way you want to trade the flag patterns is, again, this is a very typical flag pattern right here, where you have the the first test. Actually, that's not the first test. This would be like the first test, and then the second one. So usually, what you have is you have two tests on the upside, and then you have two tests on the downside, and then a lot of times you'll see that the third or fourth retest to the upside will be the breakout. And most of the time you don't have a retest like this, you just go straight up to the measured move. But a lot of times you'll have a retest of that trend line, and if you get the retest and you're able to get in on the retest, you're able to have a very tight stop loss, because you, instead of having a stop loss down here, you can have your stop loss on the low of the retest, and then you enter like the best entry would have been on that candle, a 4R. And oh wait, what did I do? Okay. So the way you measure the measured move is the beginning of the flagpole, which in this case would be that one, that low to this high. And then you put that on the breakout, which is right there. And then you see the measured move up here. So 54 pip move. But what you want to do as well is you want to go out to the higher time frames, and you want to see, is there any levels above that we might front run, or front run. I believe it's going to be like here, perhaps somewhere in here. So actually, you would probably look to maybe start taking profits somewhere in this area up here. So my target is a little bit too high, but I will basically just exit this if now I, like the thing with a trade like this is patterns. I think patterns rarely work out in Forex. I know a lot of people trade patterns, but in the Forex market, I mean, if you look at all the statistics that you have on patterns, they're from the stock market. You don't really have a lot of research and statistics gathering on trading patterns in the Forex market. But there's a lot of statistics in the stock market. So I do think that patterns like these, they work best in the stock market, and I believe Forex is not the market to be trading the patterns, but sometimes they work, and when they do work, they tend to work out well. But I think the win rate in the Forex market is lower than in the stock market, because the stock market is quite directional. You can look at the S&P 500; it's basically an uptrend all the time, and you look at it's easy to kind of like trade with the trend with the stock market. But in the Forex market, if we go out to the daily, like what's the trend on Euro CAD on the daily? Well, arguably there is no real clear trend here at all, and the stock market will not be ranging a lot like we have in the Forex market. All right, so let's see what we have here. By the way, guys, make sure that you sign up for the event. We have a link in the description of this video, and the first 5,000 that signs up using that link will be able to join an exclusive trading competition where you can win some really nice prizes.
Yeah, about the patterns. This was the first thing that I learned when I was learning how to trade Forex. And it's like you said, a lot of Forex players, in fact, don't have a lot of direction. Well, one of the reasons is it's the prices, like the currency rates, should be more or less stable, unless, of course, something is happening in the world, right? So it should be more or less stable if we are not taking into account the high inflation, for example, and so on. So I found exactly the same thing that you're saying about the patterns. So they do look really good in the stock market, and I find it even better working for their stocks specifically, not for even the stock index futures, for example, or this whatever else it is, but specifically for the stocks, because I think it's also really directional, because if the company reports, then obviously it picks up some direction, right? And then the pattern is just the way to enter, so it just gives you some time to enter during the price really moves, like during the prices move. So but let's see, that is looking good. And if you look at the volumes on the smaller time frame, the EUR-CAD also actually does look good. So I'm with you on that one.
Are you looking, when you say volume, are you looking at the futures market?
No, because for futures you can only trade the major currency pairs.
Right. That's
for EUR-CAD,
right.
It's only for Forex.
The problem with volume, I mean, I have looked at volume, like the difference between volume in the futures market and like Forex spot, but sometimes they're very similar, but they're calculated in a completely different way. Like it's just, a tick volume is just something completely different. And if we look at the volume of this pattern right here, now I can't remember what the volume profile should look like when inside the flag. But what we can see is, of course, that we have volume confirming the breakout. So you can see here that you have the breakout right here. And then at the same time as you're getting that breakout, you're seeing a uptrend on volume. So that confirms that breakout. You want to have a breakout on higher than average volume. So if you look at the volume inside this range, it's you have, like, I would say average volume is probably around this level, and then on the breakout you would want to have an uptrend on volume and uptick on volume and average above average volume. The thing is here though is that we would want to see volume continuing a little bit higher on this move. That's a bit problematic. Volume right now is not really confirming this move unless we break above like those highs right here. If we can break above those highs, then that would, with a price continuing higher, then that would be nice in terms of volume. Another volume indicator I like to use is the on-chain. Where do we have on balance? Not on-chain, on balance volume. And looking at the OBV here, we do see that.
What is it? Because I'm not really familiar with it. So what is the difference between this one and the normal volume specifically?
Good question. How should I describe that? Okay, so on balance volume. Okay, so I should know this because I'm studying for CMT. So what is on balance volume? Okay, let me think. So every uptick. Okay, so if the closing. Okay, so on balance volume is a momentum based indicator. So it's not only looking at volume. It's a momentum based indicator that is looking at the volume flow, and of course trying to use that to not only like predict price movement but also confirm price movement. So what it does is it adds or subtracts volume based on. No, it adds or subtracts to this line based on the based on volume. Okay, so volume and price movement. So if let me think. Let me see if I can get the calculation right here. Okay, so if the closing price is higher than the previous close, then OBV will increase by that day's volume. So if the candle is bullish based on if the current daily candle is higher than the previous close of the previous candle, then OBV will increase with that day's volume. So basically on a bullish day, it will add that day's volume, and on a bearish day, it takes away that day's volume. And if the if price is unchanged, then OBV remains unchanged. So what we're seeing on this line right here is how many, basically how many bullish days do we have, and what's the volume during those days. So for example, we have, well, now not those days, but those candles. So here we have a big uptick on the OBV because all of these candles are bullish. Now, if you have, for example, a couple of bullish candles and a couple of bearish candles, which means the OBV is kind of ranging, right? So when there's more bullish volume, you will see an uptick on the OBV. So basically, you can look at the trend on volume, which is, if you look at here, this one right here, you see an uptick in volume, but actually the OBV is moving to the downside because the OBV is based on volume and price. And what you see here is price is moving down, OBV is moving down, but volume is actually moving up because it's bearish volume. It's on the whole, it's actually bearish volume, and that's what the OBV is showing. What's interesting with the OBV is you can actually do proper technical analysis on the OBV. So if you add a horizontal level here, you can see that this is support, and then you have a break and retest of that support, which aligns with that level as support, and this level again being used as resistance. So you can look at the OBV as a breakout indicator or break and retest indicator. And as you see right here, price breaks above that resistance on OBV right here, and that's also where you get this push to the upside. So OBV is a really cool indicator to use where you're getting a good view of price and volume into one indicator. Now, of course, because OBV is based on volume, you need to have the right volume. And the volume that we're looking at now is tick volume, which is not the correct volume. The tick volume is basically just calculated on every new tick is a new addition to volume. So if the tick is bullish, there's one tick to volume, but it tells us nothing about the amount of money flowing in the market. But then if you look at the Euro USD futures chart, this is the real volume. This is the real volume that is going in and being recorded at the actual exchange, and the same with the OBV. So what you can do is you can put like Euro USD on Oanda on one, and then Euro futures on CME, and then you can compare the volume, and you'll see that there's some interesting changes. So when I use volume analysis, especially on Euro USD, I I have to do so on the futures, and I see a lot of people, they do analyze pairs like, for example, Euro CAD with volume, and you know what? It shouldn't work. Maybe it does work. I don't know, but it shouldn't work. Theoretically, it should not work. But I'm still doing some research on that actually to understand what tick volume actually is and how we can what tick volume is and how can we use that in technical analysis if it makes sense. But I mean, looking at this, it kind of makes sense though, kind of makes sense. It broke above that resistance, and now it's trading higher. I had a yes, by the way, check out the link we got the link right here. All the details can be found at the5ers.com/trade management marathon. Go into the comment section and check out that link. It's also in the description. Okay, wow, that's I gotta get some. You know what? I'll be right back. I gotta get some water. Okay.
No worries. That was a surprise and test exam.
Yeah, yeah, that's a big test. I'm like, I gotta test my knowledge now. I was almost ran to get my technical analysis book. All right.
See you in a minute. Bring my chart up before you go. Thanks a lot. So we got the question there regarding the gold. So gold yesterday dropped. There was some theories in the chat, right? Why it dropped and everything. We can talk a lot about this, but the purpose is, what is it doing now, right? This is a question because this essentially is gonna help us to build some kind of trade idea. So what we see here is that gold yesterday dropped specifically towards this consolidation. So we had the consolidation that the price has reached. The dynamic, actually, developing point of control of the week that I just explained a couple of minutes ago. So if you missed it, make sure to see to rewatch our session, right? Rewatch our stream, because I explained in a wrap the trading strategy using the developing point of control from TradingView. So what we see here is that the price reached the consolidation volume accumulation. We had the developing point of control of the week that the price had reached, and the price went up right now. So what we see now is that the majority of volume is above currently until the price breaks 29.40 at least area. I don't think we can talk about the new all-time highs for the gold. So 29.40 is a key level, something that I'm looking for the price to break before I'm going to be looking for the new all-time highs. Now, so what I see here is that, currently we are in the consolidation right in the middle. I don't think it's a good point to trade it, but what is interesting is, now let me also bring my volume indicator here and my volume profile to show you something. We look at the 15-minute time frame and I place my volume from the top to the bottom. What you will see here is that majority of the volume on this drop down was traded right here. Yeah, Jonathan left you alone with me, guys. Now, are you guys ready for that? So, don't worry, he's gonna be back soon. So what we see here is that we had two spikes in the volume, right? We had the volume here and that we had the volume here. So what I'm seeing now is that this one was already tested. If we look back and the price goes down of gold here, I'm going to be looking for some buy. So I'm going to be looking for the gold buy from 28.98 to 29.35. Okay, so 28.98 to 29.35. Yeah, that's correct. So that's something I'm going to be looking at. Again, you can see how perfectly it rejected the point of control yesterday. We had the point of control of the drop down. The price perfectly rejected it. We had the move up, so that was some kind of short scalp potential here. And right now I'm looking for this. Now, if this one fails, because, well, it can, right? It can. And if it hits my stop loss, then I'm going to be taking the buy again from the same low as the price went before already. I'm not going to be shorting gold right now because, first of all, we already had the drop yesterday. If you look at the high time frame, gold is definitely bullish. Like, we cannot argue about that, right? Gold is definitely bullish. And so if the price goes back, we had this consolidation here that is still holding the price. So volume accumulation is holding the price of gold for quite a while. And I'm going to be again looking for a buy from there. So that's my ID for gold. Let me see who was asking about that. We had a couple of people actually. M76 was asking, and before we also had some questions. Why not short into the major key level? Because I don't see the entry for the short. So, and because I don't short the bullish markets, if the market is bullish, I'm not going to short that. So it's as simple as that. I only short markets which are bearish, and I only long markets, right, which are bullish. And until the price shows me that, okay, it's ready to go a certain way, then I'm not going to be taking that opposite trade. I find it quite easier as well for myself now. If you need to wake up every single morning and say, okay, where is the market going to go today? You know, do I short or do I take a long? What do I do? It gives us indecision for yourself, that every single day you need to decide into the direction. Now, if you every single day wake up and you know that, okay, gold is bullish, so preferably I'm going to be looking for buys, then it takes away part of the decision-making process, because now I'm only looking for the good buy trades. My whole task is already shortened and suppressed into I'm looking for the good entries for buys, which is much easier work for the trader than looking, okay, where do I short? Where do I long? Which direction do I take the market in? And I hope it makes sense. Eurocat, Jonathan is back for Eurocat.
All right. Yep, I'm back. Have you seen Eurocat? It's actually looking very good. That's a good looking trade right there.
Nice.
I'm up $3.
Well,
I don't know what happened there.
The trade is looking good, though. That's a good trade.
Yeah, it's a small account though. I'm very close to getting to lose. It's a 5K evaluation account, and I'm like $60 from losing it, so I have to take very small positions. But I'm probably gonna add some to this one, I think. All right, I see you have a question. Sorry to just jump in here and.
There is actually the question about adding the position, so you're right on time.
Okay, yeah, adding to position.
So you said you can add the position
like
now.
Layering.
Yeah, and there's a couple of already above, but it's about layering or adding to the running position already. So you just said that you can do it. How do you have like a system, or do you see just when the trade is in profit, you just add to it?
Well, I can look at the ones I have open now. Let's see, because I have a few. So we can look at AUD CAD. I have, as you can see, I've opened 3 different positions here on this one.
And I can have my chart pulled up.
Sorry about that. There we go. Okay, so I have 3 open positions on this one currently, and I can walk you through when I entered the first one and when I decided to add to the position. So if you use the replay function here, see that this was the first time we tested that level. And then we came down and hit the 0.618. And the 0.618, when price hit that 0.618, that is when I had my first order being filled. And then price, so I have my first order being filled here. And at this point, I have my stop loss all the way down here. And I got my TP here. So that's the first position, is the 2R. And then I have the first initial bullish reaction. And I think I started adding my second position here. I got my second position here. Same stop loss again. So I'm adding to 1.33, because now the first idea was just entering here, but I didn't know if price was just going straight down. But now we have actually confirmation of this level being used as support. So I'm entering a new position. And then if you look at the lower time frames, you'll see that you have this trend line. And the next plan is to add a third position when we break above that trend line. And when we do so, I will move my stop loss on the two remaining positions below the entry. So what I've done now is I've removed almost all the risk from the first position. So I'm going to take that risk and I will remove 50% of this risk. So let's say I'm risking, $100 on this first position. So I'm in the trade with $100. I'm adding a second position. I'm now risking $200. I move stops up to entry on the first one, which means I'm in the trade with, again, $100 risk because I'm removing 100. And then I move stops up to halfway till entry for the second one, which means I'm removing half of the risk. So I'm now in $50 risk on this trade, and my max risk is 200. So what I do is, when we have this breakout of that trend line, which comes right there, I add a third position, with that being the stop loss, and now I add $150. So I will lose $200 if this trade hits stop loss, but I will make on this position the new position with that stop loss. I would make $450 plus 100, that would be 550 plus 100 on another one, that would be 650. So now I'm risking $200 to make $650, which is a good risk reward. And then the next plan is, if price breaks above this level, I will move my stop loss to profit on the first one, profit on the second one, and around break even on the third one, which means I'm now actually in profit on the position. And what I can do in that case is I can take some of the risk that I've removed, add a stop loss down here, add that risk for it's a below 1R trade, but still I'm taking the risk, adding to here. So a risk that started with that $100 might turn into a $7 or $8 or even $900 trade. So I'm basically making 10R on the first initial reaction. The problem with this risk management strategy is that if I get stopped out, I will make just maybe make $100. But if it hits TP, it will be like a 10R winner. And that's how I like to kind of like add into my winning positions. So if we remove this, you can look at the positions I have open now. Let's see. Where's the long? So you can see right now, this is where I have the stop loss. And I got the first position here, the second position here, and then I have a third position on that breakout. And if this breakout is confirmed, which it might be on today, and starts moving higher, then I will enter a fourth position, and that's going to be on my last position. And then I'll moving my stop loss here. So this should be somewhere between 8 and 10R in total, which means I mean, I'm risking 1%, which means it would be like a 10% winner, and that's that's paying for the whole month basically, because only this trade needs to hit TP. All of these other trades can hit stop loss, and I'll still be making back most of that money. Same thing with NCD CAD. I did the same type of management here, and you can see that the first position was entered down here, the second one here, and the third one here. And then if we have a breakout, I will enter a fourth one, and then move stops into profit on the previous one. So either it's going to be a small winner or a very big winner. But I think the important part here is you need to be very patient and disciplined, and really accept the fact that you might give away or give back a lot of unrealized profit. So right now I'm up, I believe, in total like 6% on the account. So if I close all my positions, I'll make 6% in February. But I also lost, I believe, in January 4%. So I'll be up like 2% on only 2% on the year. But if it hits TP on these, I will be up over 10% in February, which then puts me in a pretty good position. So I only need like a couple of these trades to hit TP a year to be able to make, above 20 or 30% a year.
I really love what you said there, because I just had a conversation with another trader another day that it's not about making the same amount every single day. It's about, I think, surviving these periods when you are not making it and maximizing these trades, the profitable ones that are running. Because like you said, you literally just need a couple of good trades per month to make it a really good month as well. Of course, you need to manage it correctly. And I think layering here, profitable position layering right now, not adding up to the losing trade, trying to balance it, that's a completely different story, right? But I think layering the profitable one really helps a lot.
Yeah. So, we have someone in the comments saying EuroCAD hit TP. I think
they are
not
asking
really.
TP. They're asking
not yet, but they're asking for TP. Well, I would probably put TP around 1.50, like 1 point. Okay, so 750, 1.50750, around this area. But I'll be closing this trade based on the trend. Yeah, I think Henry is probably right there. I think last year I was kind of like around break even, kind of some making 2-3% 1 month and then losing 5% the other month. So the first I made over 20% in November and then 6% in December, and that made the whole year. So it was like a break even for almost the whole year. And then I had a couple of good trades on the S&P 500, which made me, basically the whole year. And as a swing trader, that's kind of like things you have to expect. You can't be making money every month. And actually some months you'll make no money because you're not going to be able to close. You might wait half a month for a trade, and then you enter that trade and it's going to be running for 3 weeks. So you're not going to be able to even close those trades during that month. Like now it's almost March. So I'll have to close this month as a losing month, even though I'm unrealized profit is much higher than loss. But I it's only about the closed trades.
Yeah. Surviving this is just a challenge, I think, that a lot of people can't overcome when they are trading, or it's very difficult for them to overcome. Just accepting that sometimes you're not going to make any money, because everyone comes, or majority of people, right, come from their 9-to-5 job. And at 95, obviously, you make money depending on the amount of time that you spend, amount of work that you do. So if you bring the same mentality and you try to apply it in the trading world, I think that's really damaging as well. And I've had it as well, especially when you sit in front of the charts and you just start and then you're a beginner and you try to scalp or intraday trade and you spend so many hours in front of the screen, you start feeling almost like the market has to pay you today for all this effort and for all this time that you spent. And it really takes a lot, but it's such a crucial moment also to just learn to let it go and to know that this moment is going to come and to be able to maximize when it comes. So
I think this is a good question as well. So when do you expect on average to scale up? What do you mean? What do you mean with scaling up? Do you mean scaling the account? I think if you're talking about scaling the account on a monthly basis, that's way too often. I would say you're good if you can scale the account like twice a year. I mean, if you're on the hypergrowth program, you're going to be doubling that account every 10%, and if you can do that twice a year, yeah, you're gonna reach that 1 million in funding, in a couple of years. So definitely not not every month. And yes, we are. I mean, in the future, we're definitely planning on being able to live stream for you guys every day, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, third, like whole Monday through Friday is what I'm trying to say. We have a question from Andre. You're talking about the risk management, the position size sheets. I have no idea what you're talking about, if I'm going to be honest. So you might have to reach out to maybe send a message to like support. They can probably guide you in the right direction. And if you've sent me a friend request on Discord, I think I have about 700 pending friend requests on Discord. So I've just given up. I'm not even checking them anymore. I'm afraid it's just too much, and like there's so many scammers and impersonators that trying to befriend me on Discord. So I'm trying to stay away from Discord DMs. If I'm gonna be honest, it's better just to tag me in the channels. So what risk to reward? I don't follow a risk to reward. That's the thing. It's I'm not trading risk to reward. I'm trading price action and whatever price is able to give me. Being super focused on one risk to reward works for some people, and that's usually traders that have a certain strategy, like certain systematic strategy that they're following, and they know that they can only take trades above a certain risk to reward.
I did add to my AUD USD as well. So it's running in profit. It's almost 0.5 in profit right now. And
right, nice.
It's running good.
Maybe you can show. You said you added. So how did you add?
Yeah, so I just added the position now, like a second ago. Because first of all, I cut my stop loss, right? I always want to not have more than 0.75 risk per trade. So something about 0.5, 0.75. Now, my initial stop loss was here. So when I decided to add my initial position, I cut my stop loss to above the previous highs. I don't want the price to go there anymore. Otherwise, my ID will be invalidated because most likely it's going to be reversing, right? So I moved my stop loss. So what I see here is that the price already reached these levels earlier, right? We had several times the price reaching the zone, and I'm checking why did the price reverse from the zone in the first place. So I place my volume profile and I find out, and this is the volume accumulation area. And from the bottom to the previous highs, this was a point of control of it. So the maximum volume was traded at 63.30. And if I scroll back, you will see that this is exactly 23.30 where the price reversed several times. So we had here previously barely a touch, the touch, reversal, and now the price finally has broke below it. So when I see that these candles closed below these previous ones, they closed below the zone, I said, okay, well, before the price didn't close, Now we closed it, most likely it's breaking through. So I cut the risk on my initial position and I added another position already with a smaller lot. It's a little, like it's around 2 times smaller position than the initial one, because obviously from this one, I've just, it says 63,190, I have an entry on the second trade. Yep. So my also stop loss is here. So I have the second position running. It's in a really small profit now, but it is in profit. And my stop loss is above, right? It's much higher now. So I cut my risk twice for the second trade. So it's around running. And this is someone was asking about risk to reward, like just like Jonathan said, you know, if you keep adding up to your profitable position, you can actually scale your risk to reward massively compared to that initial trade that you had. And it's most likely going to be easier for you to also let go if you see some reversal pattern, you see that the price actually isn't going to reach your take profit for some reason, it started reversing earlier. It's going to be easier to let it go because you have several positions running. You have much bigger profit already accumulated than if you would just have this one initial trade. So for me personally, I also add up to my running trades. So that's the second one. Perhaps if we go lower, I love adding to my positions when the price confirms it with volume, since this is what I trade. So for example, another scenario could be if the price goes down, we had a small consolidation here and the price breaks the downside, I'm also going to add again to the position as far as it continues. It doesn't even need to be a consolidation. It may be just a choppy movement that the price is going to be accumulating, and then I'm also going to add to my position again. So, but as long as it stays below my volumes, it just confirms that ID is valid, it's running, I can keep scaling it up.
I actually stand to raise short on 80 USD here. Well, because it's breaking down.
Yeah.
So yeah, trying a small position here as a based on the break lower here on the 1 minute. Basically, it's a similar. I think it's similar entry as you have there on the second position. But I have my stop loss based on the 1 minute. So if I switch over, I have just on that level. So what I see is obviously it's like breaking that level and continuing lower.
Mm-hmm.
So on the 1 minute, I'll see if we can. I guess it's it's this trend. Okay, I don't know what happened there, but something like that is what I'm thinking. Okay, where should I put the TP? You know what? I think actually it's probably gonna have a rejection here or reaction. So I think right now I have the TP too far down, but we'll see. I'm gonna see if I can monitor this one. If we have anything.
I
happening.
kept mine at 830, 62, 830. So I'm gonna be trying to see if it can swing there. So towards the previous volumes again. So
yeah, I think your setup is definitely better. It's definitely less risky. We'll see if we get that momentum coming in.
Yeah, and from here I'm gonna be definitely looking for already some longs. Well, I don't know yet the entry, depending on what the price is gonna do, and then I'm gonna be looking for some perhaps swing longs as well for AUD USD. So let's see. There was a question from past moves from a 10K funded perspective. When is the right time to purchase a big account like 60K and 100K? I think it's the time, like it's about the getting used to it and being comfortable and consistent with the current size of the account that you have. Because scaling it up, first of all, it's important to see it from the perspective of percentage. So not, trying to get more money, but trying to maintain the same percentage profits that you used to have in a smaller account. But also I think the blueprint would be like getting, funded, obviously, when you got funded already on the smaller account, being consistently profitable and sticking through different periods of time with this account. Because market changes, and this week, market is not going to be the same as the next week. This month is not going to be the same as the next month. Winter is not going to be the same as spring, for example. So you need to stick through the high volatility markets and lower volatility markets to see if you can maintain the consistency with this current account. And the most important, consistency towards your trade management, how you operate, how you approach trading, more than even the consistent results, because obviously when the market changes, volatility changes, it becomes more difficult to stay focused and to stay hearted towards making their decisions. And when you get there, when you maintain the consistency over different periods of volatility, different kinds of market, perhaps test your strategy on different kinds of market to find what suits best for you, then I think it's the right time to scale. But I also wouldn't scale, for example, from a 10K to a 100K account. I would go to maybe 20, 60K account, but not 100, because it's a 10 times bigger account, the 10 times bigger amount, and it might create more stress when trading just seeing bigger numbers from the psychological perspective. So I would scale a little bit again, get the same process, get used to it, get comfortable, get profitable consistently over different periods of time, different markets, and then scale to another one. Because it's about being able to sustain it. It's about sustainable results. It's not about getting funded and blowing it again and getting funded and blowing it again. And, because it's a lot of stress, it's a lot of uncertainty. It's not, even if you go to the hedge fund, to the, proprietary trading fund, if the trader constantly makes a lot of money, loses a lot of money, makes a lot of money, loses a lot of money, they're most likely not going to be interested in this kind of trader. They're looking for someone who can maintain sustainable, consistent profits, even if it's a smaller ones, but being able to approach it also in the same way over the longer period of time. You muted, Jonathan.
Sorry. Yeah, I know, what I was saying was that consistency is definitely the most important thing. You want to make sure that you're able to do what you're doing over a long period of time. And yeah, I think you definitely want to be able to, you don't want to be adding too many accounts. You don't want to be reaching that account limit too fast. You want to make sure that you can, because I know a lot of people, they like they're profitable 1 month and then they make a payout, and now all of a sudden they're like full-time traders. But everyone can make money trading 1 month. Not everyone, but you can definitely be profitable a month. You can get a payout. But if you're able to get be consistent for 6 months and get a couple of payouts, then at that point I think it's time to start thinking about adding, like you said.
Yeah, so someone was saying about gold. I'd say it's choppy now. I wouldn't be taking shorts. I don't really see why would I take short here, because if you look at the past moves of gold, we just consolidating. So it's not going anywhere. It doesn't have any direction after yesterday. It had a small recovery, but right now it's still stuck. I'm still standing by, my decision earlier. Come on. Just to wait until it actually goes here, and then trying to take loans from the previous volumes on that wasn't tested before. But for a current moment being, I'm not really looking for gold. And there was a question related to this. Someone was asking, do I, it's somewhere above, and I can't see this question anymore, but I remember it was there. Do I trade during the periods of high volatility, like for example, the US opening? Now, I trade the London opening. I don't trade US opening. Those are two different markets. And for US, I find it that in the first half an hour after US opening, their first moves do not represent the real direction of the price. And this high volatility requires a high stop loss, worst risk to reward. In the end of the day, perhaps worst interest. So if it gets closer to the New York opening a couple of hours before, I don't enter any more trades. Just because, most likely it's the end of already of European trading session. It's the break between those two, and most likely the price isn't going to move anywhere unless we have some news coming out, which also is an extra volatility. until the New York opening. So I don't like trading that. I do, however, trade the beginning of London, like the opening of London. I find it's more volatile, but it's also at the same time actually pushes the price in direction where majority of the time it continues to go afterwards. So it kind of makes sense. Whether the US opening doesn't really make sense a lot of the times. So you know what I mean? So it also accounts for for the currency pairs, it counts for oil, it counts for gold, because oil has a 30-minute earlier opening than the stock market, and the stock market itself as well, because it's just extra volatility, which doesn't necessarily contribute to the profitability. From what I see from my data, trading before the New York opening for me is the worst. It can be a great trade, but it just kicks me out on stop loss, and then it returns back to my entry point. I'm like, damn it, just should have waited extra like an hour until it calms down and then re-enter again. So I don't touch the New York opening anymore.
No, I mean, as a swing trader, I don't really, that doesn't really affect me, because that's just, the intraday movements that I won't really be able to see on the daily. But I definitely agree with you that there's, it's like the Monday moves. You see a lot of times on a Monday, market moves in one direction and then starts retracing that on Tuesday. I know you look at oil, and I would be interested to hear your views on oil, because I had a long position on oil. It looked good for a move higher, but now all of a sudden it's just breaking down.
No, it's loading. I trade gold less for January oil, because it constantly kept hitting my break even. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave it. I did, however, as you can see, aim into those two levels. I had my TPs already placed like a month ago for this one. And it kept hitting my break even though, so I didn't even take any profits from the shorts, because it came back here multiple times, over the period of like a whole month. But right now, it's one of the levels that I'm looking for the reversal on daily time frame. So I'm gonna just clean it and I'm gonna show it again. So if you look at this consolidation, we will see that the majority of the volume was traded into these two zones that we just marked up for me. One is above here, one is above here. So we are right now here. The previous one was also rejected multiple times. So for me, from the long-term perspective, it's potentially looking good for a long. Now, I wouldn't take the loan yet right now, because I would probably wait until, I would definitely wait until the price is back above those moves that was accumulated yesterday. Because again, we had quite a big short. There is a possibility that we're going to cover back all of these moves and liquidity that was left on the move to the downside. But we do have the accumulation above. There was consolidation, price did move to the downside. Also, there should be the report about their oil supply again from the Asian side, from the Middle East coming. So this could also, if the supply increases, it could also send the prices of oil down. So I wouldn't risk entering right now for a long, although it's my long zone, I would wait for something like this. Maybe it's even going to be on the market opening. Oil market opens at 3 o'clock Central European time, 9 o'clock straight EST. And then if it pushes up and the candle on 30 minutes going to close, then I'm going to be looking for the longs on oil. And then this is intraday, but realistically, I was waiting for this long for the oil prices to go all the way back to 72, let's say, this zone where it was already before. So that's my view on oil, but it did get really choppy last month, in a sense that, even if you look at it, it was coming constantly back to the same zones. And then the moment you are not looking at it, it just it just goes where you were expecting it to go. So, but yeah, I see the longs, it's interesting, but I just don't yet think that it's ready to go up. So.
No. And just a note for those of you who are looking to trade gold with the 5ers, when you're trading, I mean oil, not gold. When you're trading oil, you got to make sure that you're comfortable with the swaps.
Yeah.
The swaps can be quite big, and I believe on a Tuesday or Wednesday you're paying for 3 days worth of swaps,
On
and then of course over
Wednesday,
the
yeah. On
and
Wednesday.
then of course over the weekend. So the swaps are quite big. So if you're trading oil, you might want to make sure that you're trading and not holding overnight or holding over the weekend, because the swaps can be quite big.
Quite nasty, yeah. But again, if it moves, then it's worse. I find sometimes it really worth it to hold through the swap, even because sometimes oil moves really good. It's like the past month when it got choppy, you know, you needed to hold it really long. Last year I traded with the 5ers, didn't have any issue with that. So I think it depends what you're comfortable with.
Yeah, definitely. And you got to make sure that you look at the spreads and everything and kind of just plan that. I think if you get filled with a limit order, you're okay, obviously, but there is some spreads as well. I mean, the conditions for Forex is definitely the best when it comes to the 5ers. It's the same with Bitcoin as well. You know, you got to look at the spreads and swaps on crypto and Bitcoin as well. It works. I mean, you know, the spreads, it works with swing trading, but if you're intraday trading and you're using market orders, that's not going to work as well.
Yeah, so
Are you
wait.
still, by the way, are you still looking at like seasonality data and things like that?
Yeah, of course, always.
Right. No, I did look at that a lot when we first started having these live streams, and you showed your what was it, the
Seasonality. Season
yeah,
X.
seasonality, exactly. That's quite interesting, actually. The that's something I'm going to be looking into a bit more. But then again, like everything I need is kind of in price. I mean, I would never take a trade without having price action confirmation. So I mean, for me, it's so easy just looking at price, because if I don't have the price agreeing with the idea, I'm not going to take the trade anyway.
Yeah.
And if I have price action confirming an idea, but the fundamentals are not confirming it, a lot of times I will take the trade anyway, because eventually it's like if price confirms it, we know that there's something fundamentally that kind of confirms that price move as well, especially if it confirms with price action on the higher time frames. By the way, I had to close my
EuroCAD?
the EuroCAD trade I have closed, but it still looks good. So if you're watching this and you're still in that EuroCAD trade, this latest 5-minute candle that closed looks very, very good. So I think it's definitely good. What?
You closed it in profit.
Yeah. So I believe I closed it at like 2R, 1.5 maybe. But it's that's the thing. That's the thing when I'm swing trading. It's just not when I'm trying to trade the lower time frames. I get out, almost get out earlier, and yeah, it is what it is. Let's see. AUD is looking good though.
Yeah, AUD I'm still holding as well. So let's see. Gold still there, so not really looking. Someone was asking about DXY bias.
Yeah, I would love to. Hear your thoughts on that.
On the DXY.
Yeah.
So well, for me personally, it's in general bearish right now. I was already waiting for this bear. We actually talked about this with you, I think, even on the call, and definitely with Alex as well afterwards. That already here, when the price created this long week to the upside after retouching again the same highs, then I was like, okay, that's definitely looking bearish, and it did go bearish. Now let's go back to 4 hours. So what I see right now is that the price is below previously every cent that was holding it earlier. So I had the consolidation, accumulation of volume, rejection, another rejection. So we see that the price actually had 2 times the reaction in the same zone. And in the end, they were able to push through it. Right now, the price already retested it 2 times, coming back here again. So my preferable zone for sells is here. If the price goes back here, I'm going to be looking for some reversals on GU, AU, EU as well, because I am long-term swing, like midterm, I am bearish on the DXY. We see the weekly point of control as well here. The monthly one also moved early, so all the majority of the volumes, both the monthly one, which is the 26 past days, and the weekly one, which is the past 3 days, everything is above the price. So the majority of the orders were opened above, majority of the money was invested above the current levels, the price levels. And right now there is pretty much barely anything that can hold it. I am aiming my majority at least at the 105, so 104. 950 somewhere here. So this is a zone that I'm waiting for DXY, but mainly here. So this zone about 104, 150, 103, even 700. So I think we have quite a big drop as well coming. Also, because we were talking about the tariffs, right, and potential inflation, a lot of tariffs were postponed in the end of the day. So now Trump is still saying that, okay, some of the tariffs are going to go through. But if we compare the reaction to tariffs right now, the previous, like the latest announcements and the initial announcements from Trump, when he was talking about tariffs, we will see the huge difference on how the market and investors reacted to this. And right now, we don't see anymore such a big impulsive moves after the announcement. So I think everyone kind of found their peace with it slightly, and the price calmed down already. FOMC is still there, still Federal Reserve is still waiting for the inflation before cutting rates, but they are not looking to increase it, definitely, also from the previous statements from Powell and the rest of their Federal Reserve representatives. So I am really looking for more bearish scenarios here. That's why I'm also looking for the swing on AUD USD, for example, because if USD, like USD index, is going to continue to go down, then I think AUD USD is going to be a really good buy as well there.
All right, nice. Okay, so you're bearish on the dollar currency index. Last time I asked you to look at it, you were slightly bullish.
Yeah,
and that's great because I am bearish on the dollar as well. So that's awesome. I just want to switch over quickly to my AUD USD trade because I have some people in the comments asking about my TP. So this is going to be my TP right here. So we're looking at a 3R trade. So my TP is, you know what, let's put that at 62. So my TP is going to be 63062. That's the TP on AUD. So looking at about 3R on that one. Well, we are getting some nice volatility here in the live stream. I'm liking that. First, the Euro CAD. Let's see, what do we have on Euro CAD? What happened with that one? Let's see. Yeah, we're breaking down back down to entries. I'm happy that I closed that one. So I closed it based on price breaking that level. Then we went back above, but now we're getting back. So I closed it when I saw that we started breaking down to that level. That's the thing when you're trading on the lower time frame, especially like this on a 1 minute. You got to be so quick. You got to be like, okay, exit the position as soon as you see signs of. And I'm not very good at that. I feel like I'm not very good at taking those quick.
I will say that you just really did take the really quick decision, and it was a good one.
But I don't like doing, because like, okay, so I don't know. I just feel like I'm getting easily stressed in those situations. I just feel like, And if the trade would have just gone straight up to TP, it would have been much more difficult to deal with than if it would be a swing trade, because everything just happens so much quicker. But I like what I'm doing here is I'm trading this evaluation account. So I do of course have plans on wanting to trade this account, see if I can get it back to break even. I made a couple of mistakes and almost lost it. And if I can make it back to break even, start adding some risk, and perhaps get funded trading this way, then of course that's a good sign that maybe could start thinking about doing that more. But it's I don't know.
Is it too late to enter AUD USD? For me, I guess it is, because I am looking at risk to reward. I'm looking at the risk to reward of the initial potential trade, right? So if my stop loss needs to be somewhere ridiculously high compared to my take profit for the initial trade, then I'm not going to be entering that. And right now, I don't really see how you can place a stop loss in a way that it's gonna still make sense with the take profit. I do have the take profit lower than you. Obviously, I'm trading the different time frame, right? So I'm trading 30-minute time frame, but it's still, for me personally, it would be too late already to enter that if I would be entering it from zero, right? I'm adding up to my running trade, but not for the new one. I wouldn't say it's worth it now. What do you say?
No, I think the trade is the trade is gone. We entered this one about 30 minutes ago, and no, I think it's gone. I think you have to wait for a similar opportunity somewhere else. And I did kind of copy your trade here.
It's good. It's profit.
Yeah, it's a good trade. Definitely a good trade. Okay, so let's see where I am at on my funded account. My max loss is 4,500. Yeah, it would be amazing if I'm able to get out of drawdown on this one, because yesterday I was fourth when I started doing this on the live stream. I was about $15 from losing the account.
Ooh.
Would be interested to see what happens with this one. Gotta have a little luck as well, if I'm not going to be able to lose it.
Yeah, I think it requires even more discipline to not lose the account that is already in the drawdown. And to just not say, easier to take a new one.
No, well, I might just get a new one though, but I like the idea of being able to show people that you're able to get out of drawdowns if you risk very small, and then you add the risk the higher up you get from drawdown. And I think a lot of people, they are fixed on the fact that you need to have you need to risk 1% on your account always, but then you better be ready to perhaps lose that account.
Yeah.
Because if you're risking 1% all the time, well, then when you go into drawdown and you're in the drawdown period, you're probably going to lose the account.
Yeah, 1% I think is a pretty high risk. I know a lot of people actually do risk it, but I think especially for beginners, it's rather on the high side. But again, it's my personal preference, right? It's like someone was asking about USD CHF. Do you look at that one? Do you have any insights?
USD CHF. I think I'm in a trade on that one. Yeah, I'm in a trade on USD CHF. So let's take a look at that one. So I'm in a short trade on USD CHF. Looks like this. So if we go to 3-day chart here, we get a better picture of the range that I'm trading in. So I'm basically looking at range high, range EQ, and then range lows. And if you look at every time every time the range highs have been hit here, you have that this is it's very obvious here where you have like a accumulation pattern here, and then you have an accumulation pattern here right as well, and you break below here, and now you break below here. So my entry on this pattern would be the same entry as this pattern, and I'm looking for a trade down to that range EQ. So I'm short on USD CHF, and looking at the 4-hour trend, it is looking quite good. With first you have a big area breaking down and having a retest here, and then that bigger high time frame level kind of breaking down, and I'm hoping that we're going to get a retest of this level. So if you're not in this position, right now, I would look at perhaps looking at a local trend to form and a possible rejection.
I'm glad you said about this short, because I'm actually looking at this as well. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, I think that's a really good level for a rejection. We can go even to the lower time frames. I think this is a really good, because it's a low time frame trend, it's a low time frame downtrend, it's a high time frame resistance that just broke, and it's like that level right there is, let's see if it's untested. Go even lower. So if you go to the 5-minute, you can see that it's an untested level on the 5 minutes. So it hasn't been tested, and it's actually about to be tested now. So I think that would be the best possible entry would be like 89,599. I think that's the best possible entry for this one. But that, again, it might front run that whole level.
Yeah, I was looking at 610, so it's 1 pip difference somewhere there. I'm looking for the short as well right now.
Yeah.
And if I would be entering now, I think I would place my stop loss around 790, 800, somewhere there. So above this previous recent highs on the smaller time frame. Because I know you're trading on the higher one, but I would intraday, I think I would place it quite tight stop loss.
Yeah, I would probably place it at like 89,800. So around 800 is where I would place it, or it probably, like, because I'm looking at quite a big move here. We're looking at almost 180 pips down to the next high time frame level. So, and I'm in a position right now, and I have a very wide stop loss on this initial position. But if we have a rejection here, I'll move my stops here and then add a new position. Russ, we should have Mike coming in here in a few minutes. Mike from ABL. We should have Victor coming in as well soon. So let's see where everyone is. Mike is probably listening to me as well. There we go.
I just placed my sell limit in the meantime on USD CHF. So let's see if it's gonna get hit.
Oh, so you're placing a limit?
I did place a limit at 599. I decided to sacrifice this 1 extra pip I was looking at. So 599
nice. Okay.
and 790. I did place my stop loss right above the previous highs on 15 minutes. So
that's actually a really good trade. Very interesting. I'll yeah, I'm gonna try not to make any too impulsive decisions here on that. I'm gonna stick to the plans I have. All right, Anastasiia. Well, it was awesome to have you on here for these 2 hours, and you saw the little intro as well. So we're gonna start doing with Anastasiia. We're gonna start doing her own little section and show here in the live stream, which I know a lot of you are looking forward to, as well as me.
Thanks, Jonathan. Thank you a lot, Victor. Good to see you again.
Hi there, Anastasiia. Nice to see you as well, and everyone who's watching us. How have you been doing today?
We are good. We actually had a couple of really good trades running already. One is still running, one is already pending. So I think market is good. So you guys are gonna have a lot of fun.
Nice. That's always good to hear.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Jonathan. Thank you for being here together today on the live. Everyone, thank you for watching. And Victor, I'm gonna be watching you guys trade as well. From
Awesome.
Perfect.
Thank you, Anastasiia. We'll see you soon again.
Yeah. See you soon.
See you soon, Anastasiia.
What's up, Victor? How's it going?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Yep, doing good. Doing good.
Hello, and we have Mike. Mike is with us.
What's up, Mike?
Alpha Beta Lab
Going,
Mike.
Mike.
In the
How
house.
are you doing, Mike?
ABL in the house. I'm good, thanks, guys.
ABL. That's right. Where's Alex? Alex is apparently decided not to work
Alex
today.
Alex is I think he's on his travels somewhere. So
Right.
So yeah, he was
Nice.
I was supposed to have a call with him and he was like, I can't do that call because I'm going to be on a plane. So okay.
Yeah, same here. I'm like, you're coming to the live stream tomorrow, right? Oh no, I'm going to be on. No, I can't. I'm like, okay.
That would have been an interesting
Alex
stream though. If you could get Wi-Fi on the plane. Alex just comes and goes as he pleases, you know.
Yep.
So it's all good. It's all good. But I was very fortunate. I had Rich and Stephen join me on the ABL stream this morning, so it was all good. It was all good.
Really, you had Rich and Stephen. That's a good team.
Yeah, it is
a
indeed.
good team.
It is indeed. So what's been happening, Jonathan?
Well, we've been trading. I had a. Let me show you. I got. I currently have an open trade on ADUSD. I have a short on ADUSD. I think it's this chart right here. So we entered a short when ADUSD broke below a level here. So let me show on the bigger, higher time frame source. So this is actually Anastasiia that showed me this trade. So you have a level here, and then we have a level kind of here below. So it's basically a trade from one level to the next. And if you go to the 1 minute, you see that we broke down an important level here. But you can see what I mean, right? You have like a breakdown, and then I ended that one, and now it looks like shit, but it did look very good before you came on. It did look very good. I had an interesting trade on.
Are you trying to say that we jinxed it for you? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, definitely. I'm not trying to say that's exactly what I'm saying. Well, I had a good trade on EuroCAD as well, like a bull flag trade, which started out quite well. Did close it in profit, but I think this one right here is quite an interesting trade where you have like a flag pole, you get the flag, and then a break and retest of the trend line. So that was a good trade. I was a little bit too greedy with the TP, but I managed to close it up here. So yeah, we've had a few good trade. Alex need to talk with HR. Like Alex is HR. He's support as well. I mean, he's everything. It's just, you know,
he is.
Yeah.
He's untouchable.
Yeah.
He's like he's made of Teflon. So
he's the boss of himself.
Exactly.
Pretty much, yeah.
Exactly that. Cool.
So what are you guys doing? What are you looking at?
Well, I've decided to, on the advice of Alex, I've taken a 100k boot camp, and I'm on phase 1. So
nice.
That yesterday.
Are you in profit?
No, I'm in drawdown, but that's okay. I'm not concerned by
well,
it.
You know, sorry, but like we've talked about this quite a lot on the live stream. We're not supposed to do what Alex is telling you to do. Like if he tells you to take a trade, probably do not take that trade. If he tells you to open up a 100k bootcamp challenge, wait a week. Okay, because that first week is probably going to be a drawdown, right? That's your system giving you a drawdown.
Yeah, probably, quite possibly. But no. So I'm only like $150 down on the 25K, so it's a very minor drawdown at the moment, and quietly confident that I can get back into it. But it was interesting. I was talking to somebody about it yesterday. How I went from a 5K high stakes to 100K, well, 100K boot camp, but you obviously start with the 25K first, and it almost feels like a reversal, where you go from high leverage, low capital to high capital, low leverage. And so actually, I don't think there's necessarily a significant difference, but psychologically, somehow, I think the boot camp is harder in some ways, but then almost easier in others, even though you've got a smaller drawdown limit and you've got different targets. Somehow the high stakes it almost draws you in to be able to gamble a bit more. That small capital, I know Alex has said this himself, is that small low level capital, it's so easy to just try and gamify it and just go, hey, right, I'm going to go for the big win and I'm going to pass this in a day. Obviously you can't, because you need to do 3 profitable days, but you get my point. So I think he's got some validity for me going for the boot camp. I haven't done a boot camp in quite some time, so I'm hoping that maybe where I am right now in my trading journey, this actually might be a good decision. So we'll see.
Yeah, definitely. I know what you mean, and I'm currently doing I really need to get rid of a lot of accounts here in my dashboard. Let's see if I can find. Yeah, so I'm doing a high stakes 5K right now, and like I'm so close to getting stopped out because I've been just playing around with this on the live stream. But now I figured, you know what, I'll try to actually get out of drawdown, and I'm $60 from losing the account, which is like, okay, I can risk like $5-10 on a trade, and to see that risk, like $5, that's nothing. Okay, so looking at the unrealized profit and loss, is like when AED was down here, I was like in $4 profit. It's like that just sounds stupid, so why not just try to gamify it, right? But that's if you're gonna get out of drawdown like that,
that's the trick. That's the trap that you get drawn into. Is you think, oh, it's not that much, so well, it actually is when you think about it. Especially when you're at those kind of levels. If you're risking one, if you're risking $5 and your profit's $5, well, you've just had a 1-to-1 R. Which, if it was a bigger account, would you take it? Probably you would. Do you know what I mean? So it's an interesting psychological battle, I think.
Definitely, guys. I've got to take a quick
great
break.
Exercise.
I'm gonna get. Sorry, Victor.
Go ahead. No.
Yeah,
I was
going to say. Break. I'm gonna get
I think
some.
It's a great exercise.
I think there's a lag. There must be.
I think we have a lag.
Here.
Yeah, there is.
Yep.
There is a lag.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna have some lunch. I will see you guys in a bit. All right. And before I go, we have an amazing trading event coming up on the 11th of March. You can find all about that in the description of the live stream. You can also look at the text that we got here below. You'll find the link in the description. I've also just posted a comment in the chat as well. All right, see you guys in a bit.
Perfect. I'm checking if the lag is on my side or yours, Michael and Jonathan.
I think it might be on
Michael
yours. I think it might be on yours.
Yes, I think so too.
Let's have a look.
All right. Maybe
Guys,
it's better now.
Lag. We get about a 10-second delay on the chat anyway to you guys. So if you're getting any lag from us, just let us know. I can't see anything too much. Victor, I don't know, are you able to... Suraj is just asking about this contest. Are you able to shed some light, or do you want me to try and go into it?
I can do that.
No problem.
Okay, sorry. You know about this, Victor, right?
Yes, I do. But go ahead. Don't let me stop.
No. I'm hungry. I'll see you guys soon.
I just love how it's like, whoa, Jonathan's back.
Okay, I'll pop up whenever you don't need me.
Yeah.
All right. No, well, we have a very exciting event on the 11th of next month, which is not very far from right now, right? So we have the Fiverr has organized and is going to be presenting a number of speaker, 8 if I'm not mistaken, will be talking about trade management from all kinds of aspects, all kinds of perspectives. And I think it's a great new, fresh way of looking at trading, right? Specifically theme based on trade management. How do you manage all the aspects of trading? I think it's an awesome event. So if you want to have more information, check out in the description. There is a link, as Jonathan said, where you will have access to the landing page. You can register. There's going to be a contest, and there's going to be as well some giveaways, right? Some things, content you can work with. All of them trying to make you a better trader. So it's an open invitation for everyone. Join in and make level up your trading skills.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's there's announcements and details on the link. As in with typical marketing style, of course, not everything will be revealed now. More will be revealed over the coming weeks. But Victor and I have both been having conversations about it with Saul and the rest of the team that are on it, and it sounds like it's going to be a really, really exciting day. It is literally a marathon of a live stream all day. They're calling it the Master Risk Marathon. So it sounds like it's going to be quite something, and I hope everyone's going to get the benefit from it. So do make sure you sign up for that, and we will look forward to seeing all of you joining us on the 11th of March.
It seems to me that I was the source of the lag. Is it better now? Because I do see sometimes my screens kind of refreshes. I hope it is, and if it isn't, let me know, everyone in the chat, or you, Mike, so I can perhaps reset my connection or do whatever it needs to be done for a smooth connection. So
sure, you're okay for now, but there's a bit of buffering taking place a little earlier. You're okay for the time being. So if it starts again, I'll let you know, and it might just need a leave and rejoin type thing.
Yeah, I suppose so. It happens from time to time. So what have you been watching
And
on the market, Michael? Are you in any trade?
I'm not in anything at the moment, but your buffering just started again. So
All right, I think I need
you might want to
I'm
just
gonna
reset it.
yeah, I'm gonna reset. I'm gonna log off and come back in a few minutes, and hopefully that will fix it. See you
Sure,
guys in a bit.
no worries. See you in a second, mate. See you in a second. So guys, basically what I've been looking at the moment today. Oh, hang on a second. Let's just zoom you out a bit there. There we go. That's a bit better. What I've been looking at today, as always, I'm looking at the strength scores. So great to hear that you've signed up, Marina. Glad to hear it. I'm looking at the USD because it's just showing so much strength today as some kind of base pair potentially. And the Aussie dollar and the New Zealand dollar are showing a lot of weakness. The Japanese yen was showing a lot of weakness this morning, but that seems to have eased off a bit. I'm not entirely convinced to look at GBP or Euro against the dollar, just because the dollar and the pound and the euro are still showing some strength. So I'm inclined to steer clear of those. But if we're seeing a lot of strength in the US dollar and a lot of weakness in the Aussie dollar or the New Zealand dollar, that suggests that we've got a bit of a divergence. So we'll have a look at those first of all. So let's have a look at the Aussie dollar first of all. And sure enough, we've had a breakdown of structure. So we've broken past these lows, we've broken past the EMAs, and we are on a bit of a fall down towards, I would assume, down to this kind of level here by the looks of things. Now, the problem with that is has it already gone without us? Has it already left the station, and are we just going to be trying to catch a falling knife? The only way for us to really look at that is to drill down to the lower time frames and see if we can get some kind of a retracement, probably back up to the 200 or to one of these two EMAs, because it's starting to expand out, and see if we can maybe get in on a break and a retest. This has already broken here, so this is potentially a move. Let's take it up to the 15 minutes, see if we can find it. So this was our break. So we take it from here down to here, and we've got an order block here. So we may see an opportunity on the Aussie dollar, US dollar. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to set myself a notification for that one there, and we'll see if that one does come to pay off. We've already stalled at this point. Price is trying to push back up, so we'll see if that one plays out. If we look at the New Zealand Aussie, US dollar, that one's probably a little bit further ahead, because I've got a zone already marked out here from a previous move, which was this wick here. Now, this is probably on a higher time frame, on a 2 hour maybe. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's on a 2 hour. We've got it there. So you can see this big engulfing candle has taken out all of this price action on the 2 hour time frame. And so that, for me, again, with an order block in here, that becomes a really interesting zone for a reaction, but also for where I would expect price to go. As it's already coming past here, again, I'd be looking for some kind of pullback up to then try and get into sells. That's what it looks like. Now, it sounds counterintuitive, because why would I be, well, actually, no, on this occasion, it's not counterintuitive, but occasionally what you will see is when there's so much strength in the dollar, for example, and there's so much weakness in the New Zealand or the Aussie, you would actually look for the reversal. So you might try to buy the New Zealand dollar or buy the Aussie dollar against the US dollar. Reason that is, if it runs so far, you could potentially try to get in on some short-term buys, but those can be very, very tricky and hard to catch. Ideally, you want to really be trading with the trend rather than against it, because, as I say, catching a falling knife can be quite tricky indeed. Let's take it out to the 4 hour. We are just about to break past these wicks here if it keeps going, and it certainly looks like it will do. And then again, we've got an order block in here, even on the 4 hour. So it looks like a strong area. If I take this in, this helps me fine tune it a little bit. This area here, now we can see this was a previous engulfing candle on the 4 hour. So again, an area of interest where we may well see price come back up to retest, because obviously we all know price can't keep going up forever or keep going down forever. It is exactly, Henry. Yeah, the 200 EMA is indeed in the way on the 4 hour. So that could well be, the longs that maybe you're looking for on a longer time frame. If you look at it from a further out perspective, we've crossed over that 200 EMA. We've retested it once, and we're now coming to retest it again. So this could now be an opportunity for longs if we can see the right setup and feel confident with it. Mr. Mars Trader is potentially back with us. I can see him waiting in the green room, just checking his connection and everything. So hopefully we'll have Victor back in a second. But yeah, those are my kind of trades at the moment. Abdullah, market milk is it's I wouldn't say it's sentiment. It is different, of course. Yeah, it does change every day. But what I like about market milk is it's really simple. I was explaining this earlier on the ABL stream, that a lot of trading channels or a lot of trading sites, you get a ton of information, and you get green and red tickers all over the place, and you get lots of numbers flashing up at you and all these sorts of things. With market milk, what's really nice is it's just really simple. It's really clean, really simple, and you can go in and you can look at the currency strengths. and you can determine, right, what is the currency that's strongest at the moment. It's not necessarily market sentiment. These are done on a calculation basis. Now, I don't know how Market Milk make their formula and how they make their strength calculations. Most likely they're using some kind of indicators, things like RSI and possibly MACD or any of those others. I don't know. They're obviously got their own proprietary formula, but essentially they would calculate it based on how each of the currencies are performing against one another. So they would take all 28 pairs and look at where are they each at a particular level, how are they all performing, and they accumulate that into an algorithm that produces these strength scores. So what's nice about Market Milk is that you can drill down even to the 1 minute that shows you what's happening. So if you're a scalp trader, you can even look at the 1 minute, but you can also take it out to the 1 month and look at what's happening on a monthly time scale or a weekly. What I also like is you can also look at the last closed. So if we wanted to look at the daily, right? Because at the moment, if we look at the live real time, that's showing us what's happening right now. But if we go in and we look at the last closed, this might be an alternative way of looking at it. So, for example, we can see that on the last closed, we see that the CHF was quite strong, the Japanese yen was quite strong, as was the euro, and the CAD was really, really weak. So is there maybe an opportunity with CAD CHF, for example? Let's have a look. CAD CHF, we can see, was on a merry, merry run, pushed all the way up, and it's now come all the way back down again on the 4 hour, right? So again, we might be seeing an opportunity for buys. So we can see this big, big drop, big, massive drop. We could potentially be looking to buy back into this area. Why? Well, we've got an engulfing candle here on the 4 hour, and what's price done? It's come back to that zone, it's retesting that wick, and it's now pushing back up. So you could now have a potential swing long opportunity. Will it hold? I'm not sure for how long. We'd have to zoom out and we'd have to see what does it look like on the daily. On the daily, it doesn't look that convincing. On the daily, the problem we have is that it's been ranging since August last year, and it hasn't broken it. It's been trying on both occasions. It's tried to break here, and it was pushed significantly back up here, and now it's pulled back down again. So on the daily, certainly doesn't look like there's anything really easy to trade there. On the weekly, though, the weekly presents an interesting opportunity where we can see a big engulfing candle at the beginning of February, suggesting that there might be strength coming into the Canadian dollar. On the monthly, it's less convincing. We've only got 2 days left of this month. So are we going to see some strength coming back into the Canadian dollar? That's when it's time to then start thinking about the news as well. So have we got any Canadian news coming out, or any news that might influence the Canadian dollar? Well, tomorrow we have got the initial jobless claims and the ongoing jobless claims and the durable goods orders, et cetera, from the USD, as well as GDP growth for Q4. So that, because the Canadian dollar and the US dollar are so tightly linked, that could also move things around. So these are all the things to take into consideration. I wouldn't necessarily be looking at everything just on a micro scale of 5 minute, 1 minute. I also wouldn't be looking at just on the higher time frame. I look at a full picture to try and give myself the best understanding of where the markets are, to avoid any nasty surprises and getting caught out. Victor is back. Victor, can you hear us? Or can you hear me?
I am. Yes, I am. I can hear you. I hope the buffering and lagging is out of the window. And thank you for covering that little space. You're a lifesaver. Imagine if you weren't
No
here.
worries. We would have just had everyone would just have to watch the ticker down at the bottom, or Jonathan would suddenly appear out of nowhere, just like a puff of smoke, and just go ta-da, and Jonathan's back.
But you were talking about the tools you use. Do I understand correctly? The correlations, I suppose, with the strength of the currencies and how that helps you identify where to look for opportunities?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So I know everyone has their own approach, and some people will look at just understanding one particular pair. Griff yesterday, I was impressed with how much time and energy he spends going through and back testing the pairs before he even considers adding them to his strategy. I think he said he had something like 6 assets that he trades, and he
Yes.
spends something like 3 months back testing before he would even consider adding something to it. Mine is slightly different. I tend to look for the same patterns across the pairs, which admittedly doesn't always work, because you do have to take into consideration things like the ATR and stuff like that as to what you might be expecting. But if you look at the strength scores, almost always, whether it be in real time, so on the daily, we can see that the dollar is very strong against the New Zealand dollar and the Aussie dollar. And that's what we were looking at when you were having some connectivity issues. We can see here that it's been selling off on the 15-minute. So there's a potential opportunity for further sells if price comes back up to this kind of area here with this order block sitting here. So we could be seeing some nice sell opportunities in that area. We'll wait and see. I've set a notification for myself here to see if that does happen. It might only come to the 50% before it starts to sell. But that's a nice looking chart where we can see some momentum and there's something to trade, rather than I think it was it Euro USD or one of them, I can't remember which one I opened, but it was just incredibly ranging. There we go, the Aussie dollar, New Zealand dollar, just ranging continuously, and not really showing any kind of opportunities, at least not on the 15-minute. And so that's why I quite like this. And you can do it. What I like about Market Milk in particular is A, it's for free, but B, besides the strength scores, which is a really nice, simple indicator, you can actually drill down and have a look further. So you can go down and you can see what are the top gainers. So it will pull out the specific pairs at that time and say, look, this one's got a really big gain. If something's got a really big gain, it's probably going to pull back at some point, and it'll either continue or it will reverse. So, for example, this one's showing pound New Zealand dollar as the biggest gainer, and New Zealand dollar US dollar against the as the weakest, with the biggest loss. So those are where I would see potential opportunities and potential trades to consider on a daily basis. Just gives you some perspective, especially when sometimes we look at, for example, pound dollar right now. I wouldn't say they're cancelling each other out, but they could be presenting a bit of a choppy market. If we go to pound dollar, I mean, that's a lot of ranging. There's nothing really significant happening there, and it would probably be hard to determine where it's going. Rich joined into my ABL session this morning, and he was asking me, Mike, where do you think that pound dollar is going to go? And I mean, we were talking about here, I think it was this morning, or even here, and it came and did this massive bearish move down, but it hasn't really done much since then. It's just stalled at that level. Personally, I think pound dollar is actually going to go for buys. That's my personal opinion, because we do have significant liquidity levels higher up. We've got a 4-hour perfect double top. So we've got 2 candles that have appeared at the exact same price separately on this level, and then we also have it here on the 1 hour. So those are levels for me that are going to be really, really strong magnets that price is probably going to struggle to ignore before it then makes probably further moves to the downside. But we never know. All we can do is use our edge, use our strategies, and trade what we see rather than what we think.
Yeah, I follow that. Thank you for that explanation. So where do you think pound is going?
The reason I think it's going north is if we take it out to a weekly level, we have this area here. Now, it doesn't look like much on the weekly. We're in this order block here on the weekly time frame, which we haven't been able to break out of on the weekly. On the monthly, it doesn't really seem to suggest much, but considering we've got 2 days left, it's closing as a pretty strong monthly candle. Take it down to my favorites and the 11-day and the 22-day. Suddenly we're seeing something different. The 11-day, we're seeing a nice little area where we've got a wick here, which coincidentally has a bunch of liquidity levels within it that look like they could be an opportunity for buyers to come in and then sell straight back down. This area here suggests to me that market decided to
before
come
you
up here
continue,
and the sellers came in. Yeah.
Before you continue, I see someone in the chat, Mac, typing and saying advertising for free signals. Mac, this is your a warning. Do not do that because it will get you banned. This is not a place to do that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think he's already gone.
All right.
I think Jonathan, I think, is still in the background, and I think he might have gotten him. So on the 11-day, it just gives me a different perspective. Take it down to the 4-day, and again, this is the last area where price broke down, and we're still in this 200 EMA. So for me, it looks as though we've had this push down. The 50 and the 21 are now starting to close back up. They're starting to pull back up a little bit, but those candles still have time to close. Again, with the 3-day and the 2-day, we're below that 200 EMA, and again on the 2-day and even on the daily. That's why I feel as though there is maybe some daily momentum still to push up, but will we cross over that 200 EMA? I'm not so sure. It tends to be retested a couple of times before it breaks. And that's why I feel like we're probably going to see something like this coming down. And obviously it won't do it straight down, but that's kind of what I'm looking at. And where would I see the reaction? Possibly here. Because if we look at it on the daily, we can see that we have, if I mark that in red, because it was an 11-day, we can see there that we had this big engulfing candle here that basically decided, right, price said, okay, we're going to go into this area. So I'd be looking for something like that if I was swinging it. The other factor is that yesterday was a very, very strong bullish candle. So I do believe that we're still going to see some strength in the pound coming through today. What's holding it up at the moment is the fact that the dollar is just very, very strong today.
I'm still, I don't know if you're noticing the same, but I still seems to be having some kind of issue with the connectivity. Let me know if that's the case, because then I'll have to do some more rigorous solution. But yes, I see your point. If I may, let me put my chart on. I'll have my chart on. Actually, I asked you about pound dollar because I'm looking at an opportunity there as well. So I think it's very interesting to that was the reason to get your opinion on it. Let's see. We have this is my chart, and if I were to go from a top down, what we see is we have on a weekly time frame all the way up, we have we've been building that bullish momentum, right? We had a weekly order block was created. It wasn't even mitigated back then, and price shot up all the way to the next order block. And what it did was it invalidated it. That's a good sign, right? Each week, it seems like, oh,
sorry, man. We're getting a lot of buffering again.
Let me change. Okay, no problem. Let me get something here. I'm gonna switch for my. Let me go check something.
If you want to have a look at that, Victor, I'll bring my chart back up, and I'll just have a look through the market, see what else is happening. Mekan, Victor and I don't have any orders open. I don't think you have any orders open at the moment, Victor, but I don't have any orders open right now. You do? Oh, okay. So hopefully when Victor is back, Mekan, then he'll be able to talk us through those. Okay. Suraj is asking us about gold, so let's start off with gold. Obviously, we're seeing the pound and the dollar just a second ago, and we're seeing a lot of dollar strength right now. Unfortunately, my chart is a little bit messy, so forgive me because I haven't tidied it up yet since yesterday. But we can see the price at the moment is pretty much pushing forwards with this expectation that I have at the moment. Now, it's not doing it very strongly. Now, one of the reasons why we saw this sell-off yesterday was because there was expectations and talk that the Ukrainians were going to do a deal with the Americans for their minerals. So that came out yesterday afternoon, and there was an expectation that that would get signed. There seems to be a greater interest and general positivity towards some kind of ceasefire and peace deal of some kind being brokered. So that was really the driving force behind that gold move. But we know that gold, when it does move, it then tends to correct itself with these big long wicks. So gold has come down, it's created this big long wick on the 4 hour, it's taken out this zone, but that doesn't necessarily invalidate that zone for later on. So I would still expect probably price to come down to this area here on the 4 hour, because on the daily, on one of these time frames, yeah, you can see here on the 2-day, for example, right now that closed yesterday. We have this zone here as a bearish engulfing candle on the 2-day. It has wicked down. That was from yesterday, but we do still have that momentum going down. And again, on the 4-day, that has also now closed, and we have again bearish momentum. So it certainly looks viable that we would start to see some sellers coming in for gold. Gold, remember, has been on such a long run of bullishness that there are a lot of people left behind with positions. So I imagine that there will eventually need to be some kind of a correction that takes place, because if we look at it, I mean, it's just been relentless, really. I think if we take it out to the weekly, the weekly chart on gold just looks like a giant bull's horn right there. It just has been non-stop. So I'm certainly expecting us to come back down to these levels for sure. Victor, you're back with us. Hopefully we've got you on a more stable connection.
Yes, I switched the internet provider. So let me see. This is my backup connection. Hopefully this is more stable today. Went on. All right. So, and is it? I'm not sure. But let me let's continue.
It's a bit iffy.
It's a bit iffy. Okay, let's give it a little bit more time. Perhaps it needs some time to settle in. All right, so I'm gonna put my chart on. I was talking about on the weekly time frame for pound, that the understanding where we're coming from, what the market is trying to do, where is it likely to be heading, and when it gets there, how it reacts, how it behaves, gives you great insight as to what direction it's likely to continue going on, right? That's the whole idea of price action reading, of the tape reading, right? What are the patterns? What is it trying to do, and what is it? I say what its intentions are, and what it wants to reach. So when I left this order block on the weekly time frame. This is the weekly time frame. I left it on to make my point. We had the market. I asked myself, where did it come from? Did it construct, or did it come from a place of strength? Did it construct a demand zone while coming up? A week. How about now?
Now we're good. We seem to have a
How about
delay,
now?
and hopefully we're okay. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. Apologies. But you were breaking up again, I'm afraid.
No problem. Please do, because otherwise I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't notice. All right. So
No worries.
as I was saying, we price came from a weekly order block, and when price creates those order blocks, basically I'm looking for two things. One is price is going to come back into that order block to retest it, and we'll see how it behaves there to know if it's going to be successful or not. And if it's after that retest and even before it retests, what I'm looking for is what is the opposite in the opposite direction. What is the next structure that makes sense for price to gravitate to? And that's this bearish weekly order block that we had. I say had past tense because it's no longer there. I just left it there for you to see. But the weekly order block, that was the
Sorry, Victor.
We left one station
Getting
and
offered
we're
again.
headed for this. Okay. You know what? I will reset some more rigorous hardware on my end, and I'll be back in perhaps about 4 minutes or so.
No worries, Victor. We'll see you in a minute. Okay. Whilst Victor was doing that, I was just having a quick look at Aussie dollar, US dollar. Seems to have not finished the move that it was on. So we may not, it may just be one of those ones where it has already gone without us. And it could have been that we are getting this trade here, for example, playing out. So this one on the 50%. So you can see there on the 50% line that it's pushing down. So it looks like this one has already left the station. So the Aussie dollar, US dollar trade, unfortunately, is not likely to play out. Just catching up on chat because I can see a bunch of you guys are messaging asking for me to take a look at some assets. So I'll do that in a second. Malvin, if you're having issues, try reaching out to the support guys, or if you're in the Discord, please go into the Discord and ask the support guys there. They can have a look for you to see why you're not able to sign up. Okay. So I'm just going to do this in order of who's been posting, just to make it fair. So USD CAD approaching a major resistance zone. Let's have a look. We'll take it out to the daily, and certainly yes, there is some movement here where previously price wicked from this area on the daily time frame. It has taken these highs here and it's now in this space that's left over. On other time frames, it doesn't look so convincing, and the reason being is that on the 3-day, so let me just mark that out properly, on the 3-day, that is looking like major liquidity because it is an inside bar. So that for me is potentially a target area. So possibly not going to be a reaction zone, and price may just smash through it. If we go to the 11-day, generally speaking, it looks very, very, very bearish. We can see that there on the 11-day, this big significant bearish engulfing candle. We haven't finished forming it on the 22-day, so we've still got another 5 days left on that one. But on the weekly, we have the same. So I would be looking for price to be coming back to this area and retesting this wick, which is what it looks like it's doing at the moment. It has left an inside bar on this side. So it does suggest that it is still going to have the bearish momentum, but it just wants to retest those highs first. So yeah, Mufunzi, it could be approaching resistance zone, but I would be cautious on that in terms of at least from a swing perspective. Haresh, good to see Haresh, my friend. Looking at the NAS. The NAS has been selling, and there's a lot of jitters in the market right now. just with the way Trump is conducting business. I saw somebody posting a point saying that pretty much any hour, any day, weekdays, weekends, Trump could post something or tweet something, and it could just move the market. So it is a very unstable situation that we're in right now, and I think the markets are just trying to position themselves. You can see that from December. I mean, even in fact from November, really, the markets have been ranging on the daily basis for the NAS. And the reason for that is because they don't know how to position themselves. They don't know whether to sincerely expect further momentum for the stocks, or are we going to see the US economy starting to cool down? We will wait and see. But the NAS at the moment, you've still got this zone here as a potential area of reaction, and you've also got this one here. So you could argue that you're having a bit of a break now, pulling down. So could it come back up and retest? That's possibly a short-term trade. A short trade on the NAS. Whizzing through, guys, because I can see loads of you are asking me to take a look. So let's have a look. USD CHF. USD CHF. Let's have a look. Where is it? There we go. USD CHF. Again, on the daily, we've reached this previous support zone. We're coming down to the 200 EMA. This is one. Oh, have we got Victor back? Victor's just trying to rejoin us. Hopefully Victor will be back in a second.
I am.
Let's see. It's looking good and it's sounding good, Victor.
Let's see. Fingers crossed. Actually, that's the importance of having contingency plans for everything. I have multiple internet service providers, to choose and pick. So let's see if this one is stable. All right. So go ahead. Don't let me interrupt you. Please do finish your what you were explaining before I came in.
No worries. Thanks, Victor. So US dollar, Swiss franc, we are seeing a bit of a pullback. That's clearly seen here. On the 8-hour, we still have liquidity trail left behind. So there is still levels of price action that I would expect it to come back to. If we look here on the 9-hour, we can see that price came down, created this long wick here, inside bar, and then sure enough is done a nice engulfing candle back up to the upside. So we're certainly seeing a downturn in the strength of the US dollar overall against the Swiss franc, and we have passed the 200 EMA. What it looks like is probably going to happen is something like this area here is going to get retested before we see further bearish momentum on that one. So that was USD CHF. Money bags, as I think we've already looked at gold, but gold, I think we're ranging really money bags at the moment. Gold isn't really showing much momentum at all. Gold right now is just ranging. So there doesn't seem to be any clear positions available on gold at the moment. And Cherry is asking to have a look at DAX. So let's have a quick look at DAX. DAX is on a merry run. The German stock market is very, very happy with how things have been going, and it is pulling back up. We'll see how it plays out. Last week, they had a pretty significant bearish reaction. I think that was from a news release that came out. But since Monday, the bullish momentum has returned because of the election results that came out. So this will be the next reaction zone. For now, it looks like we're still going to continue on the bullish momentum. This was actually, in fact, a trade that I saw yesterday. Was it this one here? It was a perfect trade where you could see we had this break of structure, all of this previous structure here, big engulfing candle. Price came down immediately, to take the 50% level, but it did retest it again to give another opportunity as well. And I was expecting maybe some kind of reaction from here, from this candle, which technically it did immediately afterwards. But I wasn't watching it closely enough to get in on that buy on the DAX. But certainly for now, DAX, as you can see, it's still pushing higher. I wouldn't be necessarily looking to try and catch this until it gets to this area, and then see what kind of reaction we get in that time frame. How are we doing there,
Nice.
Victor?
I hope I had some signs. I'm not too sure now, but let's see. Maybe it's just settling in, as I said. Let me put my screen on, and hopefully we'll see and see if we have something on the what I was talking about, where I left. I was saying the market in my concept it goes from one station to the other, right? It's something it's a recurrent theme. It's a very popular way of approaching the market when you're talking about supply and demand as well. And actually, my way of interpreting order blocks is basically they are visually representation of supply and demand on your chart. So the price goes from one side to the other one. So what we had was the how is it, Michael?
You're starting to buffer again, I'm afraid, Victor. I feel really bad telling you this. It's coming in waves, so I'm reluctant to say it to you because you're in full flow, but I'm afraid it is jumping in and out of buffering. But maybe it will stabilize.
I'm here. I hear you. I hear you say, "Don't shoot me. I'm just a messenger."
Yeah, exactly.
Let me see if there's something I can do. I'm so glad you're here, Mike. I'm so glad you're here. There is another thing that I can do. I'll be right back. Thank everyone
M76 is
for.
asking if you're downloading anything, Victor. Is your PC maybe
I'm
downloading
not.
something in the background?
I'm not, but
No.
let's maybe I should check that. Maybe there is something in the background. Let me check. Because my connection is obviously not a slow one, and it's
Kimon,
no, I'm
I've
not.
just gone through the
There
German
isn't
40,
anything being downloaded right now. No.
if you jump back a few minutes, or even 2 or 3 minutes, just back on the stream, you'll see I went through the DAX just a couple of minutes ago. The guys are saying it could be a Windows update or something like that, potentially, Victor, if you're running on Windows. Or
actually, I before the stream, I did perform an update. So I'm suspecting that it might have something to do with that, but it shouldn't,
might be
right?
adjusting to the update.
Who knows? But let me check another. The thing is that my speed when I tested is, pristine. There's nothing wrong with the speed, with the bandwidth, upwards or downloading or uploading. So that's why I actually don't really know what it could be. I do have. Well, it's okay right now. Is it?
You're okay for now.
Yes.
It seems as though whenever you start to go explaining into your charts and actually giving us the insights, that then the internet demons are against you and want to interrupt you. As soon as we're talking about the problems themselves, the internet demons suddenly decide to leave you alone. So they're not being very kind to you, I must say.
All right.
It seems to be okay.
I'll be right
hope
back.
that it's all
I
right.
have something. Is it okay?
All right,
Maybe
no
then
worries.
let's continue, and if it pops up again, then I'll try some other solution. But anyway, let's get back to what I was saying. So for I believe the 5th time, I'm trying to explain this. The market left from a bullish order block on the weekly, and hasn't mitigated it yet. And automatically, when that happens, I look forward. If it doesn't mitigate, come back to retest, then the next thing that I think it's going to do is go to the same structure in the same time frame on the opposing of the opposing kind, right? So a bearish structure when you're starting or coming from a bullish one, and we did just that. Price went to that bullish order block. I'm sorry, bearish one. And what we saw was that the market very convincingly broke and invalidated that order
We've lost you
block.
again, Victor.
So actually, this order block isn't here any order block, right on next candle, I should say, not an order block.
It's just slowing you down like that, and it's only going really, really quickly. That's what we're getting from you, unfortunately.
All right.
So I'm afraid we may need another.
Well, yes, I'm going to be right back.
All right, no worries, no worries. Let me pull back up my chart once again, guys. I did see somebody was mentioning the EU trade. EU is still in this area where, if we look at it on the daily, we have this wick up here. Now, at the moment, we've actually created an inside bar on the daily yesterday. So there was an element of indecision in the market as to whether it wants to pull back down or to push back up. At the moment, right now, if things continue as they are, we seem to be producing a bearish engulfing candle to the downside. And you can see that we haven't taken this high from Monday, and we're pushing back down. If we take this out onto the 2-day, this looks less convincing because this wasn't a big rejection on this candle. The 3-day, more convincing. The 4-day, less convincing. So that's why, for me, I think I said this earlier, I'm not entirely convinced yet as to which way, certainly from a swing perspective, which way Euro USD is going to be going. And I just believe that's where the market is leaning as well. If we look here on the weekly, we had this, let me just pull this out. So we've got a weekly level there on the week from, when was that? 1 week. There we go. That was from last week. And we can see that we had this turn here, and it's come onto the 21 EMA, and it's trying to break through. But whether it will do that or not, I don't know. It's unclear. But certainly, if you look at it from this perspective here, these are expanding. They're not coming closer together. So it doesn't necessarily suggest that we're gaining that much momentum. And we still have a lot of dead air, I would say. This, those of you who, I don't know because I've never done it, but I presume those of you who trade ICT, I think you call it a fair value gap. We've dipped into it, but it hasn't been completely closed off. So there is still a level of imbalance in the market at this area here. And there's still, as I say, there's still room for it to push further down. This here has been broken. So for me, it feels as though we're probably going to see some more bearish momentum coming in. But I think the catalyst for that is going to be I think it's going to be the news. Just getting Victor sending me a message saying it doesn't look like it's his connection, so it might be something to do with his PC potentially. I think it might be machine then. So that's where I'll be looking at EU, but there are conflicting signals. There are not signals, but conflicting suggestions and indications, which then make it unclear as to which way it's probably going to go. That's why when I look at the strength scores, I see the dollar is very strong, but the euro isn't particularly weak. So I'm not necessarily certain that we're seeing an opportunity just yet. That's just my personal view. M76, it's not his internet connection. He's just sent me a screenshot of his ping speed and everything, and there's no problem with it. So So it's definitely not that. I think it's possibly these updates that he installed before he joined us. Let's have a look at crypto. We haven't looked at crypto for a while. Have we got any crypto traders in the stream today? Let me know. I'd be curious to know if any of you are trading Bitcoin. Are you guys? Do you feel we're at a buying level for crypto? Let me see. Crypto at the moment, we've taken this level here, and what's interesting with crypto is that on the 1 hour, it started to range. So we pulled straight back down, and if we take it out to the daily, you can see I've marked out this area here, and the reason for that is that, well, the way I look at a candle is when you see a bearish candle, the bottom of that candle is the liquidity. When you see a bullish candle, the top of that candle is liquidity, right? So in this instance here, we have a bullish candle, and so the top of it is liquidity. The top was taken by the next day. It pushed back down, but then the wick was rejected and it pulled back up. And subsequently, we then have price accumulating here for a while and even created this inside bar here. So that then becomes a level of liquidity that price is probably going to want to revisit at some point if it retraces. And what did it do? It retraced and it took that liquidity. What's it doing right now? Well, now it's pushing back up. You can see this wick rejection right here. So this isn't to say that suddenly Bitcoin is going to shoot up from here, but when you look at it with the EMAs as well, it's coming down and testing the 200 on the daily. You take it to the 2-day, that looks less convincing, right? And you can see here as well that we have a fib from the initial big move up all the way up here, and we've gone to 161 and we've come back to 127. It's more than possible that we could come further down. It's just where we see things. Mekan, as I said earlier, Victor does have some orders open, but unfortunately Victor's having some technical issues. I right now don't have any orders open, but if I do see anything or anything like that, I'll let you know. But we're not providing signals here anyway, so if you've got anything that you want us to look at, then do let us know. Pankai says Bitcoin in the 4 hour, I have a short marked at 90.88. So let's have a look at that. We'll go back onto the intraday time frames, and 90.88. I can certainly see that. We have got on the I think it's on the 11 hour. I had it. There we go. We have it there on the 11 hour. You can see that we have this inside bar. The inside bar has been taken on the lower side, that major liquidity, but the top side hasn't been taken. We're pushing back down to potentially retest these lows. But this liquidity, more often than not, on an 11 hour, if you go back and look at it, whenever you see an inside bar on the 11 hour, almost always price will come back and take it. Almost always, at least within quite often the next candle, but it will always come back and take it. I can't explain it why, but those inside bars don't get left behind. It's a way that it's calculated on trading views that each candle isn't exactly 11 hours. The way it works is if you see here, if you look at the bottom of my screen, you can see this one started at 12 o'clock and the next one starts at 11. The next one starts at 1. So this one here, this inside bar was only 2 hours, and it was during Asia session when there's a crossover. So that's why it's just an obscure way of looking at the charts, and you can often see patterns that you wouldn't see on other time frames. No, I don't just trend trade, but certainly trend trades do give me the best opportunities, because you can follow momentum. So I look for liquidity, but my best trades come from where I can see price targeting certain levels in certain areas, using liquidity levels. My definition of liquidity levels, there's 3 of them. Let me go to some clean charts. So my first, let's turn this off from scrolling to the right. There we go. So imagine this is a candle. My first liquidity level is going to be one of these, an inside bar. Okay. And it's not just the body, it's the wicks as well. So if the wicks and the body are within this previous candle, that's an inside bar. Okay. The second one is when we have perfect equal highs. So what I mean by that is if you have a candle that stops at 144, 154.61, this one stops at exactly the same level to the cent. That is an imbalance that I see where prices suddenly change direction without testing it or checking it or anything like that at all. It has just shot down. Okay. That's a liquidity level that's going to be taken out. And the third one is when you have zero wick whatsoever. So there's nothing on it at all. So if there's no wick, then again, that's a level where a candle has opened up and it's just shot down straight to the open. Quite often that's a reaction to news, but not only. And you can see those on all time frames. So I use those, and then the setups that I look for, I use those as target levels, but also reaction levels. But the setups I look for are on all time frames, and I look for something like, let me close that. So something like this. So you can see here, you had a big engulfing candle here, took all of this price action, big engulfing bearish candle. You had a reaction from it, from that wick already pushing back down. Price came back up. And what happened? It created another bearish engulfing candle from that wick and pushed straight down. The reason why I have this green zone marked out is because it had a previous engulfing candle here and it wasn't respected. Price smashed through it. That doesn't mean that that's irrelevant. It just means that it could create a reaction later on. So that's where I look for my trades basically. Victor is back. I don't want to guess what attempt this is.
let's not do that. How is it looking? Not good. Is it good? Not good.
There's a delay. There is a delay, but hopefully that's
okay.
that's just geography. Let's just hope that's just geography and that's nothing more than geography.
All right. So great stuff, Mike. I am so grateful you're here. You're a lifesaver.
No worries, my friend. No worries.
Okay, so let me attempt for the thousandth time to explain what I was going to explain, which is the reason why I think pound dollar is likely to go higher from where we are right now. So as I said, I'm not going to repeat it. We went from I'm just going to say we came from a bullish block that wasn't mitigating.
I'm sorry, Victor.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not gonna try it anymore.
I feel awful. I really do. I feel so bad telling you. But you are getting the internet demons. They just want to play with you. It's almost as if somebody is pressing a button and just going, let's slow him down and then let's speed him up. It's I can only imagine how it's infuriating it must be for you. So I apologize to be the bad messenger telling you about the internet demons.
It's not your fault.
Let me bring this up. I know you'll have another look at what's happening there, but yeah. So Bitcoin, as I was saying, Bitcoin has really sold off Now, what was the trigger for that? Well, the trigger was here on Friday, and one would suspect that that may have been the Bybit hack that took place on Ethereum, and that obviously shook confidence in the market. But as you can see, it was a very, very bearish move that happened very quickly, and it's left a liquidity trail behind. So that liquidity trail is still there, and you've got inside bars on the daily. I'm sure we'll probably find them on the 2-day. There we go. We've got it there. We've got it on the 3-day up here. We've got it on the 4-day up here. So there is certainly reason to believe that we are still bullish on crypto, certainly on Bitcoin. And one would assume that if we're bullish on Bitcoin, then we'd most likely be bullish on the rest of crypto as well, with the altcoins and that wider industry. Having said that, when you take it to the higher time frames, you can see how oversold we are. Overbought we are, sorry. So that's why I have this area marked out, because I do believe that there is a chance that we could come as low as the 70,000s on this retracement back down before we push on up. Then where are we looking? Well, probably the next big target would be something around the 166,000 level. That would be my expectation. Let me just, I'm conscious that we have had a bunch of conversations going on in the chat, so let me just have a quick look. Whitfog, good to see you, my friend. I don't know what you and Haresh have been doing, but Haresh, what have you done to poor Whitfog? I'm not sure what's happening there, but I hope you guys can figure it out and resolve your differences. Is it possible to work a sideways day quickly? I don't think it is possible to work out a sideways day, if I'm honest. The reason being is because you don't know how long it's going to last. If I give you an example, I think it was Aussie dollar, New Zealand dollar. If I take it out to the 1 hour, and this was a trade that I was looking at, where I was trying to trade this move almost 2 weeks ago or a week ago. And what happened was price took forever and a day to basically come back down and close off this move here. So if we just take the ruler out and just mark out, so it finished here, right? That move that let's say closed, right? It ranged for a while. If we take that out, when did that level there get closed off? Almost 4 days later. So I don't think that a sideways market or a sideways day can necessarily be figured out or assessed. It does depend on the asset, but we've seen days like that even on Euro USD. So I don't think those can be necessarily overcome. Can you make your candle and background more of a contrast difficult to see with these colors? My apologies, Kim. I have them as a pretty stark contrast already. If you guys let me know in the chat, and I will adjust accordingly. If it's an issue for more of you, then I'll obviously try to make some changes. How can I start to trade? Oh, here we go. How can I start trading using scaling and defining support and resistance zone and taking trade with low capital, less than 100? What is the devices for those who don't have much money to invest? First things first, what I would say to you, Rabbi, is don't go trading with your limited capital. If you have limited capital, don't go trading with it until you are comfortable trading and you have an element of confidence in your edge. You need to have an edge to your trading, and you need to know what that edge is, and you need to know some kind of data or confidence behind that. Without that, you're just really you're taking a significant gamble with your with your capital that you have. If it's limited capital, you don't want to be, throwing that away when you're not necessarily ready to enter the market and start live trading. My best advice to you is to get a demo account and start demo trading or start back testing. So using the replay function on TradingView. So let me take this to, for example, somewhere back here, and you take it to somewhere here. You can start using the replay function, and you can just start playing it out and then start seeing how you would trade. How would you identify opportunities? It won't replicate live trading. That's not a statement that I'm trying to make. What I am saying is that it will give you an understanding of what you're looking at. What are you seeing? When you look at the charts, what can you see? When somebody looks at a chart, everyone sees something slightly differently. It's like a piece of art. Everyone will look at the Mona Lisa or any of those other pieces of art in a different way. The same will go for a chart, and that is what will come to you the more time you spend back testing and looking at the charts and looking for your supports and resistance zones. That would be my strong recommendation. When you were explaining earlier on with the blue candles and grey background, I think that might be Victor. I don't think I have blue candles. I do, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure I don't have blue candles. I just have, I understand. You wanted me to explain the liquidity levels. Okay. Let me do that again. So this is what you're probably referring to, Kim, is what I'm understanding. So let me do something like this. Extend right. There we go. Okay, let me make that white. Is that better for you, Kim? I hope that is. So what I was explaining was if we pull out the paintbrush, where's my paintbrush? There we go. So if you have a candle with, let me just make those blue as well. Make that white. Hopefully you can see that, Kim. If you have a candle like that, when you have a second one appear, such as this, so that's the second candle, okay? When you then come to have an inside bar such as this, that is liquidity. Either side of that is liquidity. Okay, that's price coming down like this and consolidating. Okay, if this level here or this level here is left behind, and the next candle, let's say for example this one here, there we go. This one here, let's say for example price comes like that, okay, and it doesn't take the low, then this is liquidity that I'd be looking for price to take at a later date. Yeah. When it comes to the other ones, what I was talking about was if you have a candle with no wick, then that is also liquidity. And then the third one that I'm looking at is when you have two candles where the high or the low of both of them is exactly equal. I don't mean almost equal, I mean exactly equal. So if the high on this one is, let's say, is this one here, the high on this one is exactly the same. Okay, and they are identical. When those are identical, then again, that is liquidity that I'd be seeing price coming back. It remains liquidity until price returns and takes that level. That's how I look at it. Okay. All right. Hopefully that explains, and hopefully that's helped anyone else that had issues seeing those on my screen earlier. Okay. Let's just tidy this up a bit, and we will get back to what we were looking at. So Australian dollars, New Zealand dollar, we were talking about trying to trade a ranging market. It can be really, really hard. And that's why things like the ATR can be very, very handy. If price has already come to the ATR levels, it's unlikely that within that day that it's going to do much more than that. So you're then going to just see ranging going from the highs to the lows, etc., etc. So it can be quite tricky to pull out trades from that.
Well, hello there, Mike. How's it going?
Boss
I
man
am back.
is back.
Are you
Did you have
guys
a nice
ready?
one?
You guys ready to lose some money? Yeah.
Lose some money.
No, win.
Wait.
Sorry, that was
Oh,
what was that? A
Freudian slip.
a Freudian trader slip.
Victor has been having some technical difficulties, unfortunately. So I have been engaging in the chat and seeing what everyone wants us to look at. So we've had a nice look at.
Well, I want what
variety of
I know what I want to look at, and I want to look at this. Look at this. That's the AD/USD trade that we brought up, and there we go. Hit TP. What a timing, isn't it? Like that's a good timing right there.
That is a really nice trade. What was
Nice.
your reason for getting in on that, Jonathan? Would you mind explaining it to me? Because I didn't see that one, so I'd be curious to know what was your
Well, I guess money was the biggest reason.
analysis?
No, but we can
apart
definitely
from money.
Okay, so we can break that down. So we had Anastasiia on here earlier in the morning, and she showed showed me this level, right? So we had, basically one level here and then one level below. So she explained it much better than what I would do. And basically what I did was basically just listen to what she said, and then I copied whatever she did, and it worked quite well. So that's the reason for this trade.
So in other words, the advice is go back and rewatch the stream, guys, and see what Anastasiia advised and what her explanation was. Jonathan was just mesmerized by the levels and just decided to follow whatever she was doing.
Exactly.
So she must have been pretty convincing. Good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see how it's a trade that goes from one level to the next, and I quite like it because I also, if you go to the 4 hour, that level is very clean here to the downside, and I decided to front run that level a little bit, but I like it. It's you can also see that you have that resistance here, and then when you have a break above that resistance, hit that level becomes support. So it's basically just support breaking takes you down to next support below. It's such a simple way of trading, and there's momentum here as well, because you can see if you look at the 1 hour, there's almost no wick on that first breakdown candle.
Yeah.
And then we go down to the 1 hour, the 1 minute, and the trend is quite clean. So I made $9 on that trade. That's pretty good. $9.
Nice. Is that on your drawdown high stakes account, is it?
Exactly. You know what? I'm thinking I don't know. This is going to take a while.
Don't do an Alex, because Alex would just say, "Oh, just forget about it. Just go all in, full margin, and if you lose, you lose, and if you win, you win."
That's exactly what I was thinking about. And I thought about Alex.
I'm just going to remind you of your own words that you gave me earlier. Was don't do what Alex tells you to do.
It's crazy because like this win is completely like I had one winning trade, and I'm like, let's just risk it all. That's just that's that confidence coming in. We do see ADUC moving lower.
Cheers.
We have a good level below here. So let's see if what we get on that one. I am looking to enter a swing trade on AUD USD as well. Go to the daily here. You'll see that I have this setup that I'm watching on the daily. So the idea here, I showed this to Anastasiia, and she said, okay, so you want to go long here, and she wanted to short down to where I had my entry. So it was pretty interesting to see that I shorted it on the lower time frames, and now I'm going to start looking at adding a long position here at the level where I took profit on the short. So that's quite it's quite interesting, definitely.
Absolutely, good stuff. I know we're coming up close to the hour, Jonathan.
Yep.
What have we got coming up next on the stream?
Next on the stream, we have, let's see, what do we have? Well, we have we have me, and we have me and Victor.
That's all we need, surely.
Yeah,
that's all you need.
Well, we have me, and then we were gonna have Victor for a while, but apparently he has some connectivity issues. And then later we're gonna have Saul coming on for a live streaming, a live stream, a live scalping session. I'm reading,
guys,
the word live stream.
One of those days, guys. It's one of those
I'm reading
days,
the word live stream, and I'm trying to say scalping. Have you ever tried reading something and saying something else? This very rarely works.
All the time. I can hear this rustling in the background with our Mr. Mask Trader trying to hopefully resolve his issues. So maybe Victor will be able to jump in and has managed to get rid of those demons. We will see. But I'll hang around until we know whether Victor's able to jump in. Otherwise, I can keep you company if you like, Jonathan.
Yeah, well, that's completely up to you. I think I can do something, entertaining as well. Entertain you all. Maybe we'll do some
games.
Do some games.
Alex inspired games.
Yeah, we can do that. I'm actually going to start doing.
I was going to say, just Nick, appreciate the feedback. That's great to hear. We can pass that on to the higher ups, Jonathan. There you go. Nick is pleased to see us being kind and patient with the audience. So that's all good. It's all good.
So what I need to know first is, so Nick, you're not actually like you're actually a real person. That's what I'm trying to see. Like, you're not a bot, or actually, it's Mike creating a second account on YouTube. No, but seriously, I think you held up very, very, very nicely here with the live stream with Victor kind of going in and out. So very, very happy to.
Literally every 10 minutes saying to Victor, every time he came back, I was like. And I think it was just the look on my face. He was like, "Oh no!" So I did feel really bad, but alas.
Well, he is in the background now. Maybe he has.
If this was a TV show, he'd be like in the green room, just chilling out in the lounge. Having a glass of water, having a glass of wine. Getting himself ready to come on stage.
Yeah, when you drink a lot of wine, like you can kind of see on a person that they've been drinking a lot of wine, but you can't really do that on Victor. So we don't really know what he's been up to in the back end. It's like we can't really tell. We'll have to see. If he starts lagging quite a lot when it gets on, well,
we don't know if
it's not the connection.
Alcohol.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Right. Okay, guys. NAS 100, which is the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ is the top 100 companies in the technology space, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
We got NAS 100. Ooh, look at that. Okay, this is a good little reaction we have here. I'm just gonna pull up. See, I want the S&P 500 here as well. Bring that up. Is that the S&P? Let's see, where do we have the S&P? I'm going to move this to pin to scale A. No, I want to pin this to a new right scale. And I want to, how do I view this in, why can't I view it in with candlesticks? How do I wonder how you
mean like an overlay?
Yeah, like an overlay with candlesticks. So getting the S&P 500 on the NASDAQ with actual candlestick. You can't. It says you can't. Well, I will figure out. I will definitely try to figure that one out. Okay, so you can't, you can probably
Style
not do
line.
that. Yeah, but a line, you can't really change anything.
Yeah,
It just says a line.
higher up. No, go back to style. In that first
Ooh,
box.
candles. Look at that, Mike.
There you go.
Whoa.
Eagle eye Mike.
Now, the question is this the actual candles?
Well, the question is, can you actually read that and make sense of that?
I think I can, because what I can do, I can go to regular and then switch that to regular, and now we can kind of, so is this the actual candles though? That's the question. I don't think, maybe these are not.
You need a better feed. I think you need to get the forex.com or Oranda feed rather than whatever.
That's right. Okay, so we're going to be adding. Okay, we're going to be adding the. What is it on Oranda? Is it
SPX 500? I think it is, or it might be SP 500.
I think it's S. Okay, let's remove that one. Okay, so it's S. I think it's something SP 500 US or something.
Stay with us, guys. I know this is incredibly entertaining.
Let's just do 500. Oh my god. Okay, let's just check. Okay, let's check Oranda here. Okay, SP Oranda. Right, there we go. SPX 500 USD. Okay, we're adding that one. We're gonna change
settings
it to candles, and you know what? It kind of looks like the actual S&P 500. Did we use solve this? Okay, so that's the switch to regular. That should be the S&P 500. And then this is.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay. This kind of makes sense.
Who else, Hamid? I hope you appreciate the efforts that Jonathan has gone to look at the NASDAQ for you. This is some next level technical skills here. Okay,
so we have the S&P 500 is the red and green candles, and then we got the NASDAQ above. Now, what I want to see, the reason why I'm doing this is because I want to see. First of all, I want to see the correlation, and I want to see that if there's any sign of potential correlation breaking in any sense, because that would be a possible sign of, it's an interesting thing to do, and it does really make a lot of sense in current conditions. But if we start to see a downtrend on for example, NASDAQ, but we start seeing uptrends on the S&P 500 and other indices, then NASDAQ is probably lagging behind, and there's no confirmation with other indices. So NASDAQ is probably going to jump higher, and you can see that happening here as well. But on the S&P 500, we hit that level, and we hit the 0.618 right there. So I'm going to put a level on that low. We got that support on the S&P 500. That support is going to be here. And then the same support on NASDAQ is going to be right there. So what we're seeing here is obviously a range on what I want to see is do we have like a high probability move of S&P 500 going to the downside? Or has S&P 500 found a low here? Because if S&P 500 is hitting a good support, a good high time frame support, then we're expecting price to perhaps continue higher. And we see the same thing on NASDAQ. Then obviously we have both of these indices confirming that idea. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. Although the move to the downside was a bit further down on NASDAQ, which might be a good thing if we're looking for potential longs. Okay, so let's remove S&P 500, and we're just going to focus on the NASDAQ. I'm going to mark out the range here as well. So where do we have the range? I think I might have to put something on like that. And what I'm looking at is the middle of the range. We're quite close to that one. So let's go down to the 4-hour. I would expect this area to act as strong resistance. We also have a downtrend on the 1-hour and the local timeframes. Yeah, this is a bit difficult, but I would. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's difficult looking at the indices. I can't really get a good picture of this, but what I can see is you have few interesting levels here for a day trade. Now we got the markets opening in, what is it, 1.5 hours, or is it in
1.5 hours? Yeah.
Yeah. So if I would long, that would be my TP, and I would go long based on what happens above this level. And if I would short this, I would basically just short based on this structure that we're seeing right now. Like that. And if I'm going long, I would want to see something like this. Okay, I got one short trade here. And then I would look for a long trade on the break and retest, or just a reclaim of that level. I think that would be my game plan for trading the NASDAQ on an intraday basis. You can also see that we're currently, if you add a level here, you see that's the level that we're kind of struggling with right now. And then if you add, we can add some fibs on here. That would also be the reload zone. So I think right now, I think I'm definitely biased to the downside because of the fact that we're at resistance. So let's see if we break that level to the downside, that would be a interesting short trade, I believe.
Cool.
Well, Mike, if you have to leave, then I'm here.
Alrighty. Well, I will. I'll dip out. If you need any moral support, just let me know. I can see Victor is trying to jump back in again. So I'll leave you to it, guys. Good to see you all. If I don't speak to you, I'll hopefully see you in the ABL stream. We're doing it every day, so come check us out.
And you have a link to the ABL YouTube channel as well, guys. You can go to the link in the description of this video and make sure that you subscribe to ABL as well. And we'll see you guys. Not you guys. We'll see you. I will see you.
I will see
later.
You. Cool. Cheers, guys.
All right. Take care. Okay, so before we get Victor on here, I'm gonna run this video. I'm not sure if you've seen this video already, but it's a quick little video. It's a little message from Alex. Let's hear what he has to say.
Master risk free online marathon is going to start super soon. 6 sessions, 8 experts, and 6 live hours. So on March the 11th at 9 AM GMT, we are going to start with all of the risk management topics covered in one full day of practicing strategies and live demonstrations. What's going to be included? Free exclusive resources, a new account exclusive for the event, and 15 10k high stakes accounts up for grabs. Now the first 5,000 people that register will get access to an exclusive contest. So go below, join now for free, and we'll see you there.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So make sure that you check out the link in the description below, and I will also post a little comment about that event that we got going on, so you can check the comment section where I will post a link to register for the event right now. Go there, register, sign up, and if you're one of the first 5,000, then you are welcomed into our exclusive trading challenge that we've got going on during that event. All right, so this is what we got going on NASDAQ right now. How many have registered so far? I don't know. I can't look that up, I'm afraid. But we'll see if maybe we'll get a number on that. When you register for the event, do you get a confirmation email? You should get a confirmation email. So if you, I mean, I don't know for a fact, but I guess you should get a confirmation email. If you have not got any confirmation email, then you can check out your maybe spam folder. Victor, hello.
Hi, Jonathan. I never left, but I'm back. How are you doing?
Okay, well, welcome back, never left. Welcome, well, do not welcome back then, I guess. How's your connection?
Yes, I've been plagued, as you have noticed. Um, I think it's perfectly fine, but somehow I still, or just recently, I had many occurrences of lags and buffering, and I'm not sure it's all over. So I'm trying to exercise those connectivity demons. I'm still at it. But who knows? Maybe it's I checked everything on my side, and it seems my connection is perfectly fine. I'm not downloading anything in the background, or unconsciously, or the computer isn't.
Did
So
you
it
say
should be okay.
unconsciously?
Well, I didn't mean
I think
unconsciously.
I'm not downloading anything unconsciously. Like I knew you were a robot. Like I knew you were not a human.
Yeah, well, yeah, and split personality. Yeah, I'm not doing anything on the side as well. So, no, I think it's okay now. So we'll just go with the flow and see if it is. It should be. I've checked everything on my side. So let's continue.
Yeah,
So
you start
I like that
lagging again,
video.
man.
By the way, I see that there is a lag.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, yeah.
Well. It is what it is.
What can we do? Yeah, it is what it
Well,
is.
let's move forward. Let's see if we can if
Yes.
we if it gets any worse, I'll just have to continue without you. We got Saul coming on in about 45 minutes for a live scalping and live scalping session. I actually would love to have you there, but if you're lagging, then
We'll see. We'll see how.
Well, you know what? Maybe you can. What you can do is maybe you can come back when Saul comes on, and maybe see if you can fix the connection during that time.
Sure. I can do some more diagnostics and troubleshooting and see if there's anything that I'm missing.
Have you tried restarting your PC?
No, well, actually I did on the first time around. Let me check
Okay.
this one. How's my connection? Let's see how it is right now. Because I lowered my my streaming quality. I've had the on the highest quality forever, but for today, I've lowered to see if that helps anything.
Well, it should. It shouldn't be a problem. I saw your download speed and upload speed. It's weird. It shouldn't be a problem.
know.
It might be something with StreamYard as well, the platform that we're using. So it might not have be. But yeah, let's continue with what we have here. I'm wondering. I'm not trading indices a lot on the 5ers. I wonder what the condition is for on the 5ers in terms of spreads and all of that. I can see right now that the spreads isn't that bad. It's actually not that bad. So might be able to take the trade I'm looking at here. Yeah, the swaps are bigger than a Forex, obviously, but we have lowered the swaps and commission quite substantially on the indices. So I think indices is set up like this. I would definitely close this before. I would definitely close this before the day anyway. So I think that would be a possible trade to take anyway. Anything you're what are you anything you're looking at here, Mr. Lag?
Yes, actually, let's try it again, right? I was talking about earlier that the order block, the weekly time frame, tells us that the market wanted to reach that order block, and it did, right, on that time frame. And once it gets to those intersections or stoplight where it needs to decide where it wants to go, that's where we can start reading price action at the lower time frame. Got an idea if it's going to break, is it going to very convincingly broke and invalidated that order block. How is my connection?
Well, there's a few there's a little bit lag, but I think we'll be good for now.
Okay, so it invalidated it. To me, that is the first indication. Well, it's a definitive indication that this order block didn't hold because it was invalidated, and price needs something else to change direction. So the next order block is above us. That's the not in that direction. Price doesn't move like that, of course. This is the next order block on the weekly time frame. And to me, if it breaks this, then it either needs to go all the way to that weekly to decide to change direction or not, or it creates another structure in between, right? So to me, this order block has been taken out. Actually, not to me, that is a fact. And it is on its way to higher places. And the other confirmation of that move is that the next candle, although this candle hasn't been printed yet, it's on the weekly time frame where we're only Wednesday, so it still has plenty of time to print some other prices. You can see how it came. I mean, turn off that magnet. You can see here how price comes back and does that break and retest kind of move with that lower wick. So that's a confirmation that price did break it, and that structure now flipped to be a demand zone, which was before a supply zone. So to me, those two things tell me price wants to continue. And if I go to lower time frames, what do I see? I see strength, right? We have a bullish order block being created and being retested nicely, right? So the daily concurs as well. We're going higher. How much higher? On the daily time frame, we do have more structures than on the weekly. So we have this order block, which is a entry order block on a bearish one, entry order block on a bearish quasi, and we have one above which is within that weekly. So if anything, if you combine these two time frames, what you would expect is that price, after reaching, and it already did, after reaching this structure, it might find some it may start some retracement, because this is a supply zone on a daily time frame. But eventually, I expect it to wants to reverse or not. So if that's the case, I would expect something like so, and from here, it will decide whether it wants to go down or up. And of course, this retracement can be lower because, we'll have to see when price hits those demand zones, if it's going to maintain that direction or not. So that's on the daily time frame. And I try to use that information for my intraday trades as well. So if I'm able to catch on the intraday an entry, and I have this weekly and the daily telling me that this has some more room to go much higher, then obviously I would want to upgrade that trade, which is an intraday trade or a day trade, to something much more into like a swing trade, right? So holding it overnight at least, and maybe even a couple of days. So if I go to the 4-hour, what do we see? We see a nice 4-hour order block that was created. And we have 4 bars until it comes back into that order block, retesting it quite nicely. And if we go to lower time frames to look for more, more
I don't think, Victor, you're
alignment,
lagging. You're lagging quite a lot now.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's anything you can do on your pod, but it's obviously difficult to follow along with a with an explanation like this with the lag. So I think you'll have to see if you can fix that connectivity issues. Otherwise, I'll have to take over, and I'll have to come up with something. Maybe I'll start dancing or something that should definitely get the views up. No, I'm not gonna dance. Like, I don't even know why I said that. I'm probably never gonna be dancing here. Maybe we'll do a bet sometimes in the future, but okay, no. Victor, I think you're lagging a little bit too much.
Yes, no problem. I will be looking at I'll be looking at what I can do on my side.
Yeah.
And actually,
right. Okay. So
it's before you continue, it's a pity because that is a very nice trade that I'm actually in right now, which has higher time frame, and it's looking very nicely from now. But I'll go and come back in a couple of minutes.
I will take a look at that. So we got GBP USD. Let me see if I can find that GBP USD. We also have NASDAQ is breaking it out. Not breaking out. I would love for that to break out. I'm going to put an alert right here. I'm going to put an alert at that level and one alert below. And we're going to go to GBP USD. Let's see if we can find something here on GBP USD. Yeah, that's a good, looks like a good reaction right here. I would obviously have wanted to see if I can make my face a little bit bigger or smaller. Let's not make it bigger. Smaller is good. Okay. Is that better? That's better. All right. Silver analysis. Do you want my silver analysis? Let me know. Do you want my silver analysis? Why a mask? Is Corona back? Well, no, he's the mask trader. Why would he not have a mask on if he's the mask trader? He wouldn't be able to be the mask trader without a mask. Therefore, needs a mask. Gold. Okay, you want gold? One went silver. Okay, you know what? Guys, let me know silver or gold. Let me know in the comments. Silver or gold. You got 2 minutes. You got 10 seconds. Who trades silver? Honestly, I know you're all gonna write gold. Who's even trading silver? It's like silver is the yeah, there's certain things you can't say on the live stream. But silver is like that slower, that slower brother of golds, basically, is what I'm trying to say in a nice way. Okay, we got gold. Let's take a look at gold. Yasir says NAS 100 and NAS 100000000. Let's go with gold. Okay. Let's take a look at gold. What do we have on gold? Okay, so when you want me to take a look at gold or any specific pairs, I would love for you to also write, what specifically do you want me to look at? Do you want me to look at the daily, the weekly, the primary trend, the intraday trend, the secondary trends? Like, do you have a specific setup in mind? Maybe you can write out the entry, the TP, the stop loss. Let me see what that looks like on the chart. And give me some information. Give me some more information on exactly what you want me to take a look at. Also, coming up, we got the CEO of The5ers, Saul, coming on for a live scalping session. So make sure that every question that you have for Saul, this is the CEO of the company. He has been traded for a very, very long time, and he's a professional scalper. You will not see any other prop firm CEO coming on a live stream like this for live trading. Make sure that you have all your questions ready for when he comes on. Okay, we got people saying the 15-minute, the 5-minute, the 5-minute, the 15-minute, the 5-minute, lower time frame like the 1 to 15. Okay, looks like you all want me to take a look at the lower time frames for gold. So let's do that. Okay, so the first thing I always want to do is to do a top-down analysis, right? I do a top-down analysis. I look at the daily levels. I look at the 4-hour levels. I want to know where are those levels, even if I'm trading on the lower time frames. Memento is asking, what's Victor YouTube channel? Victor doesn't have social media. It doesn't have Twitter. It doesn't have... it probably doesn't have Facebook. Like he has no social media presence at all. The only place that you can find Victor is here. I like that. It's pretty. That's definitely, I respect that. I would love not to have social media. Unfortunately, it's my job to be on social media, so I kind of have to have social media. What were we talking about? We were talking about gold. So let's continue talking about gold. I'm so easily distracted, man. Like I'm seeing the chat here to the left, and most of the time when I go quiet, it's because I read something, and you guys write. Sometimes you guys write some things that kind of makes me think, and you try to say things while reading things at the same time. It's gonna end up weird. Okay, so we have a level here on the 4-hour daily level. I like this level. We are kind of testing the upper part of that level. You see now another another good comment that I'm refusing to let my focus go to, but I did anyway. Let's take a look at gold. What do we have here? Do we have a symmetrical triangle? Maybe we have, maybe we don't. I think we have. Let's go into the 50-minute. Let's stretch this out a little bit. Do we have a... Technically, no, because, we would want to have a test here and a test here and something that kind of looks like this. So technically, no. And if this is a triangle, then we would have a breakout at 75% completion. We're more like 80 or 90% at this point. But if you go even to the lower time frames, can we find something here? I think this is very confusing price action. I can't really see any clear direction here other than the fact that we've hit support. We're reclaiming a good level of support right here, and I'm hoping that we could perhaps start moving higher from this level. But then again, what level are we looking for in terms of profit? Well, that level has already been tested, right? This is like, if you're trying to trade this, you're probably better off just doing something else with your life, at least for the day. This is this price action right here is very difficult. We go down to the 1 minute. What is this? This is not, it doesn't make any sense at all. One way you could trade this is perhaps to look for extremes, right? To get a I don't even think it's volatile. The fact that you get a low time frame range means that the asset that you're looking at is not volatile. Sure, it's volatile on the 1 minute, But I mean, gold is always volatile on the 1 minute, unless you're in this range where you've. Oh yeah, that's terrible. Yeah, Haraj says it's. I can't say that word, but it's that definitely is. Okay, so support. What do we know about support and resistance? Like, what do you guys know about support and resistance? If resistance hit, price is likely to reverse. If support is hit, price is likely to reverse in the other direction. You know what? Can we just stop looking at gold today? Because this makes no sense at all. I'm just getting frustrated looking at this. Literally, what I see is people just losing money. That's what I see. Yeah, Siri is saying, when I see news data, the market 80% of the time goes against the data. This is so confusing, and my trading psychology also gets disturbed. Do you have a solution, please? I always get distracted with new data. Okay, don't look at new data. Don't look at the news, because obviously you might be reading it the wrong way, or you'll be trading it the wrong way, right? I mean, if you see that CPI comes in at a certain level and you see Euro USD going to the upside first and then it kind of reverses, well, that's pretty much what news does. You have the added volatility of a news event. I mean, go back and look at every time you had a CPI print or the FOMC or whatever. Look at every instance, and you will see that most of the time, the initial move is not the right move. And even if the initial move is the right move, you will first have a retracement of the initial move and then a continuation in the previous direction. This is why I'm always telling people, don't trade the news. You can trade based on the news, but don't trade the news event. If you're going to be trading the news event, then you better make sure that you've checked the last 100 occurrences of that news event, and you see a pattern and you trade that pattern. For me, it's quite simple because I've done the work. I've done the I'm gathering the statistics. I've looked at the data, and to me, it makes a lot of sense. But if you're new in the market, this is not what you want to be doing, because you have the most advanced algorithms in the world trading these news events. They are entering positions before you even know what the headline is. If you're trying to trade the news when the news is happening, you're trading against not only the best of the best, but you're trading against supercomputers. Like it's literally, it's going to be very, very difficult for you, if not impossible, to be able to catch those initial moves. And this is the thing. Well, trade against the data and you'll have 80% accuracy. That's the problem, though, because price spikes in one direction and then it spikes in the other direction and then it chooses a direction. The initial moves are not the direction that you're going to see based on the news. The initial the initial move or the initial reaction is that extreme volatility that comes from everyone trying to trade that news event, and then you have the algorithms with a lot of backing behind it. It's very, very difficult to. Very, very difficult to trade the news. Okay, let's not look at gold. This is extremely boring. Take a look at GBP USD. But news is not risky. Okay, so news is not risky. It's trading the news in the wrong way that's risky. That there are ways to trade news events that are not risky, but trading on the news release is just, it's not only risky, it's, quite frankly, it's just not a good idea. It's just not a good idea. You're not going to be able to make any money trading on initial news release. All right. Hello, everyone. Wow, what is going on today with the connection? I don't know what's happening. My internet just died. Holy crap. What a day. What a day. Okay, so I don't know what I was talking about or where we talked about it, but I think I was talking about perhaps there's no audio. Can you not hear me? Can you guys hear me? Please let me know if you guys can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me. All right, I'm back, and soon we got Saul coming on as well. Amazing. All right, so make sure that you type out all your questions that you want me to go through with Saul, and also see if you can find any pairs that you think would be a good pair to scalps today. I want to look at if you look at that AUDUSD. Just pull this up, reminding myself of how much money I made on this trade. Let me see, how much money did I made on that trade? Yeah, I did nine. I made $9 on that one. Amazing. So how much money have I made today on the evaluation account? Let's take a look. $10. $10. You know, Mike said earlier that I shouldn't do what Alex would do, and that, well, hello there, Mike. How's it going?
Oh, I'm good, mate. I'm good. I heard your bat signal, and I came running.
Yeah. Well, I'm back.
It sounds like I came just in the nick of time because I hear my ears were burning.
Oh, your ears are burning.
My ears are burning because you were talking about me.
Oh yeah, that's right. You said earlier that I shouldn't do what Alex would have done with the evaluation account, but I feel like I should.
All I'm doing is repeating your advice back to yourself.
Yeah.
That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's funny though. Like, it's funny what confidence can do with you. Like, you start doing just those impulsive bad things.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Suddenly that
I'm trying to
that sense of kind of almost immortality comes in, and it's like, well, this next one's it's bound to be a winner. I'm hitting winners all the time. That's it. Let's just keep going.
Exactly. Antonio, we looked at US 100 earlier, and I do have. Was it on? Let's see. Was it on? Which one was it on? Wait. Let's see. Yeah, this one. So I'm basically looking for. I'm basically looking for this move, either a break below 21, like 228, or break above 290. That's what I'm looking at on US 100. Okay. Let's see. Yasser says, I don't trade while news, but the data is what distracts me. If data is positive for US, I always look to trade in favor of US, but sometimes it goes completely opposite. Yeah, but usually that's what's happening on an intraday basis. But if the news comes out and the news is in positive favor for the USD, then eventually it should affect price in a bullish way. And that's usually what happens, but on the daily time frame, not on the intraday time frame, because on the intraday time frame, you have so much volatility based on those news releases that it's just going to fluctuate between the extremes.
I read somewhere that there was, particularly with NFP, somebody was. I wrote an article. Well, I didn't write an article. I read an article that said if you watch the NFP when it comes to the Nasdaq and watch how it moves, whatever the trend is for the NAS at that moment on the 4-hour, all that happens with the NFP is that price goes back to previous support or resistance, tests it, and then the previous trend or the trend that it was already on just continues. And so quite often the best way to trade the NFP in those big impact news is to trade the reaction. So don't try and second guess it, but do like an hour later, check what price is doing at that point, and then trade the return to the mean, or trade the trend that it was already on.
Exactly, and I think for one news event to change the overall high time frame trend, you obviously need some very unexpected news. But most of the time, you'll see that news events will be sort of an intraday thing, and then the prevailing trend will continue in whatever direction it was in previously.
Yeah. Because we've got to remember that news that comes out tends to be historical news for things that have already happened, and the markets tend to price things in. The idea or the thought that news could change the direction of a market is rare, because that's very, very reactionary, and the markets don't like to be that reactionary to news and things like that, unless it's something unexpected entirely, such as, for example, yesterday with gold, where you had that news coming out about the close proximity of having a deal between Ukrainians and the United States with the minerals. That obviously then can change the direction completely. But economic news has to be pretty significant to change direction of at least a higher time frame.
We have Daniel in the Gold Trader in our community. He wrote a comment in yesterday's live stream saying that I don't know if it's real, but probably is, that you could fit all gold in a 20 by 20 meter cube. Like that's not possible, is it?
I saw he wrote that as well. I don't know if it's true.
I mean, 20 times 20 meters is not that big.
It's not. But then when you think about it, cubic meters is actually quite big. Think about it as a building.
Yeah, so one cubic meter is 1 times 1 times 1 times 1, right?
Yeah. So it'd be 20 by 20 by 20. So it would be 20 meters high, 20 meters wide, and 20 meters deep. So, well, exactly. That's the other question: is it all the gold in the world, or all the gold mined so far? It has to be all the gold mined so far, surely. I can't imagine that it's all the gold in the world, because we don't know how much there is, because we haven't mined all of it. They're still mining for it, aren't they?
Okay, so I'm asking Google.
ChatGPT. Oh, you're asking Google.
I'm old school, So Warren Buffett says that all the gold above ground could fit into a cube with sides of just 20 meters.
There you go.
That's absolutely. That's a bit. That's
174,000 tons, Whitfog says.
That's quite a lot, though. That is quite a lot.
Yeah. And
20 meters sounds like not a lot, but then cubic meter, of course, is quite a lot.
Yeah.
But still,
And then I did read somewhere that rather quietly that Russia had sold about 100 tons of their gold to help their gold reserves, to help to fund their economy as well. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I did read it somewhere that that had happened.
How do you sell 100 tons of gold? Like, where do you sell it to? There must be other.
It depends who you are. I don't think Putin's going to the market to sell it. I think he's probably selling it to his close associates and people that he trusts.
So he's basically just recycling it.
I would say so.
I mean, I like, who would you sell 1,000 ton, or did you say 100 or 1,000? 100, right?
100.
Okay, so who would you sell 100 ton
by
gold
train to China? It looks well by suggestions from Whitfog. It suggests it went to China.
Yeah.
We're getting
It's
into conspiracy theory territory here a little bit because
mind-blowing figures.
Let's have a look.
Okay, so what's the price of 100?
Fevin says you can fit 22,222 standard gold bars into a 20 cubic meter space.
Wow. Okay, so 100 ton of gold. No, 1 ton of gold would be around $65 million.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. That's I mean, yeah, crazy, insane amount of money. No wonder gold is expensive though. Like no wonder gold is just, if it's that rare.
Well, it's a scarce metal, isn't it?
It is.
So yeah. As Lewis Shepherd, it could have been BRICS buying it from Putin if he is selling it.
Yeah. Dawnline e-commerce, I'm sure that's your real name, is asking me, what are those 3 dotted lines on your chart? What is the name of that tool? This tool, my friend, is called the Fibonacci retracement tool. And what I've done is I've simply added the 0, the 0.5, and the 1, which creates a range tool. And you could also use the parallel channel like this. And then you get that middle line as well. But I like using that fib tool. I actually have quite a lot of different templates.
You have a lot
for
of
the fib
templates,
tool.
don't you? Yeah.
Yeah. It's very good. Very good. Someone's asking, for Bitcoin, take profit and stop loss, sir, please. Well, I will give you that.
He's got to think about it first.
Yeah, good. Yeah, well, you got to think about it. It's a good question. You got to think about it. Well, I think the first thing I need to say is obviously if you don't have a plan of your own, if you don't have an idea of your own, then get one before you take a trade. It's very important, and you should never take a trade from someone else if it doesn't align with your own strategy. But looking at gold, Bitcoin, it looks like it's breaking the range here, and it's coming down lower, which I would say a good level is between 70 and 75 for an entry. And this is the level where I'm going to start buying some gold, but I will have a fairly tight invalidation level. And when I say fairly tight, I mean like 30 to 35%, but that is because that's going to be a position trade, right? That's something that I'm looking to hold if Bitcoin continues higher, and I'm looking to hold that until August or September, when I believe we'll see a top in the market. The thing is, when the Bitcoin bull market really begins, it's when it's breaking above that upper green band, which is right now sitting at 120,000. So if price comes down here, bounces here, and continues higher, I think we might actually see a move up towards the $200,000 area for Bitcoin this summer, and that's when I'm looking to take profit on this idea. And if this level doesn't hold for Bitcoin, then that's the end, right? Then we will look at this as the top of the bull market, most likely, and we might see something like this. So yeah, that's for Bitcoin. I wouldn't really want to trade Bitcoin on any other time frame than the daily with a weekly bias. It's interesting to see, people ask me like, is Bitcoin bullish? Are we in the bull market or in the bear market? Well, you know what? If you look at the weekly and you zoom out and you kind of do like this, then the answer becomes quite simple. Bitcoin has never been in the bear market. You know, Bitcoin is bullish because it's never been in a bear market. If you look at the overall structure of this market, I mean, you could say the same about S&P 500 as well. You know, so but and then you kind of have to accept the fact that, well, this is a bear market, and yeah, that is also a bear market, and yeah, you had a bear market here, and you had a bear market here, but how long? Like, it's on the bigger picture, it's two extremely bullish assets. Yeah, like Lawrence says here, you could say that about the stock market as well, and that's absolutely true. Guys, if you have any questions for Saul, make sure to ask them now in the chat, because we do have Saul coming on in about 5 minutes or so. He's gonna come on for some live trading. More specifically, some live scalping. I'm actually going through the markets here to see if I can find any interesting pairs to trade. Oh man, you know, doing these live streams all day is kind of like, I love it. It's really fun, but to sit in this chair all day, I'm gonna see if I can stand up. It will be the first time standing up live streaming since I broke my foot.
Ooh, here it goes.
Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna stand for 5 minutes, so then I'm gonna sit down probably. All right.
Pratik says gold is coming to a level.
What level? It's just levels all over the place. Let me know what level that is, because I mean, oh, look at that. Okay, so Bitcoin, gold is actually breaking down here, and we get an alert on Nasdaq as well. So Nasdaq is breaking down here as well. I quite like that. So I want to obviously open a position here. When is the market opening? Is that in 30 minutes or so, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to open a position on Nasdaq here, which might be a bad idea. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, how do I do that? I should probably know how to enter a position. Okay, let's see. You know, like I gotta risk like $5 on this. This is insane.
It's good risk management, Jonathan. Good risk management.
Yeah. Right. Okay. So I'm in that trade. I'm in that Nasdaq trade from around that level. Got my stop loss up here. So I'm looking for that move down to this level, and we'll see if we can develop a trend here. And gold seems to be perhaps breaking down as well. So let's see if we can get a position in on gold. Well, it's not really. It's breaking the local structure, but I mean, it's right at support. So, I mean, I would actually look for a long here on gold. That's a really good support level. Yeah, that's probably what I would be doing.
If it breaks that level, then buys are negated. It's pushing strong. So I'd be waiting to see what happens on the 1 minute and see how it closes. You're on the 15, so there's another minute and a half. But I'd be waiting to see what that 15-minute closes like. Yeah, it's gone through it. So sells are in control.
Well, no, not yet. Not yet.
How's on mine?
Still think we have something going on here for possible longs. I will be adding a small position here. What's up, Victor? How's it going?
Hello. I'm back from from the other side. How is everyone, you guys?
Okay, I went long here on gold. Sorry to interrupt you, Victor, but here I got my
No
entry
problem.
right here on gold. I got my stop loss here, and I'm looking to take it back up to that high right there. I'm going to be adding to the upside. This is the level that we need to reclaim to secure the trade. Small position. If we break down, stop loss hit, maybe look for shorts down to this level in that case. Oh.
Why are you going long?
I
Oh, I love it. It's like he has told me in a very Victor kind of way that I'm stupid to long gold.
It's like, why are you doing that? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, why are you going? Oh, it's amazing.
Oh,
Well, because we're hitting support, and I thought support would be holding.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
No, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like
Amazing.
it. Oh, that was funny.
All right, guys, I'm gonna run a quick 1 minute countdown before Saul comes on, and then we will have Saul, the CEO of the 5ers, for some live scalping, and I'll see you guys in just one short minute. All right. Oh, wow, look at that intro. Look at that intro. Welcome, Saul.
Wow, that was good. I liked it.
Yeah. That's the first time you saw that, was it?
Yeah, I think I saw it, when it was being made, but never saw the final stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was good.
It's
pretty
great.
cool.
How are you doing, Saul?
I'm fine. You know what? Alex is on holidays, so I said, okay, I will do the session from Alex's office. And it's a big, he has like four screens. I don't even know where to look at because the camera is over. Then there's 4 screens over here, and I'll show you the MetaTrader is a mess. So it took me like 20 minutes just to set things up there. But yeah, we're good. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're doing great, man. We're doing great. You also had the same issue that Alex has with that camera, that it refuses to focus on your face. It just focuses on the background. But that's it. That's okay. That's what you get when you use Alex's equipment. That's just how it is. No problem. We can definitely
warm up and then turns out.
Yeah, we can definitely do it like this. We got a lot of people watching right now. Apparently, people want to see you. We have almost 7,000 views on today's live stream, which means that this is the most views that we're getting on a live stream since we started this new thing with going live longer in the day. So I'd like to thank you all for tuning in and being here. And I think it's a great opportunity now that we have everyone in here to perhaps talk about this new master risk event that we have coming up.
Absolutely, yeah, always excited to to join these sessions, and you guys, Victor, Jonathan, all the team doing a great team on this new YouTube project. We really want to make this the one-stop shop, for entertaining and education, and traders coming and learning from the best, and having that YouTube channel open while you're doing all the rest of your stuff. So yeah, so I'm excited about it and the results, and yeah, the Master Risk online marathon we're running, just it's very exciting, because we think of risk management is always hard and boring and heavy, and no one wants to go. It's like you have to go to the gym and work out and all that, but you don't want to do it. You just want to get stronger and lose weight, but you don't want to do the hard work. So trading is the same. You just want to do the fun part, clicking the buttons, taking profits and all of that, without doing the hard work, which is the risk management. Running all the numbers before and during the trade, and managing the trade and calculating risk and rewards and all of that. And I can relate, because sometimes it's very hard to find someone to learn it from properly, and the concepts are advanced and complicated and overwhelming. So we're doing, and the management it has very categories inside, what's being to be managed. So we thought, okay, let's put together a day, an online event where we cover everything that needs to be covered regarding risk management or trade management, because it's not only the trade itself. It's not only the calculations you run prior to the trade. It's there's a lot of things to manage. It's a complex topic, so we want to cover it all on a single day. So we're going to go through money management, how you manage your money and how much to allocate on each opportunity you have in the markets. And we're going to go through risk management, and we're going to go through the trade management. I'm going to do that session. Okay, you're in the trade, what you do. If the trade is going against you, if the trade is going in your favor, how do you manage that properly? We're going to go through a portfolio management. Okay, you have multiple accounts, that's your portfolio. How do you manage the portfolio? Then we're going to have a reach, how you manage the trade. It's not always the trading, but it's the one clicking the buttons that needs to be managed. So we're going to cover that, and of course we're going to have all of that wrap up with live demonstrations of all the topics. So I'm excited about the event. It's going to be in roughly 2 weeks from today. So make sure you go there, guys. You go to them. You have the link on the description. Go there and sign up for that event. We're going to be giving away, a lot of stuff. We're going to give a lot of resources for free, and we're going to have high stakes accounts for giveaways during the presentations. And we created also a community or a Twitter, a X channel that we're going to be throwing there a lot of resources related to risk management and trade management. So go make sure you join that channel, that community, to get all those resources. We're going to be throwing a lot of things in there. And the first 5,000 traders that join the event will be also able to register for an exclusive contest. That's for the early birds, and there's a lot of prizes in the contest, and there's TrendSpider memberships and free accounts and upgrades. So it's a lot of fun. So we're really trying to put this event together where we cover the most important aspects of trading, which is everything that needs to be managed, together with entertaining and raffles and games. So it's going to be fun and very valuable for the traders. So you have the link on the description. Make sure you sign up, all for free, and hopefully we'll see you there in 2 weeks. So that's the the advertising side of the presentation.
Yeah, I think you covered everything very, very nicely there, and I'm really looking forward to this as well. And we're gonna have a presentation, me and Victor as well, and then you're gonna have a presentation. It's gonna be like every part of the YouTube team here is gonna have their own presentation showing all the tips and tricks that they have when it comes to trade management, risk management, and all that fun stuff. And guys, if you do have any questions on the event, just make sure that you ask them here in the comment section, and we will take care of that. I do see that some people are not getting a confirmation email, and I would say that you have to check your spam folder and all of that. Make sure that you check all the parts of your email.
Yeah, there's actually that's a good point. There's no confirmation email. When you submit your registration, you will see that successful message, that the fact that your submission was successful, and that's enough, and you will be redirected to the event page. So that's all the flow. You don't need to get any confirmation email. We will get you updated. Once we have some news. So nothing else.
Perfect. Okay, so no confirmation email. All you have to. I love when I have comments like this. Just making sure I know that my stop loss is hit. Yep, I know my stop loss was hit. I'm very, very aware of that. Thank you. That was not the best long. It went straight through my level. Hit that stop loss immediately.
That's when you think, okay, I need to do all my analysis, and just if I thought going long, I just need to go short, and that I'll be making a lot of money, right?
Yeah, definitely. A lot of times I thought about that, like especially with gold. It's like, okay, I want to go long here. What if I short, And yeah, it's if it happens often, then definitely there might be an edge in there. My NAS 100, my Nasdaq short is definitely looking better. I made profit on that one, so let's hope I can make some out of that. What are we looking at today?
Yeah. So regarding trading, I mentioned I'm in Alex's computer, and his setup is a mess. Okay, because look at the colors. Okay, he made the green candles, the bearish candles, and the blue candles, the bullish candles. So a green candle that's supposed to be a positive candle is actually a negative candle. So that makes me crazy. But for some reason, when I go to properties to change colors, it won't stock the platform. So I'm all confused here. Regardless, I'm a good trader. Regardless, I'm looking at dollar CAD because when you go at the dailies, we see we had like a series of impulses to the upside, and then we consolidated for a few days or probably weeks, and we attempted to break to the upside, right at these levels that we tested years ago, and we can see the massive reaction. Okay, we had a gap to the upside, an attempt to break, and then massive reaction to the downside. When we analyze those kind of movements, it's you see the gap and the attempt to break to the upside and the immediate rejection to the downside. That's fundamental money behind those movements. There's no way a single bank did that. That's probably a central bank or something like that that's causing that amount of movements. And when we zoom into that movement, we can see the strength behind it, because we had a strong movement to the downside and a strong movement to the downside and a strong movement to the downside. So it was actually a full rejection of that attempt to go higher. And that kind of is kind of telling me, or the way I read it is, okay, from here, we are potentially turning around and going down. So from that impulse to the downside, we're not testing, we're like pulling back. And what I'm looking for now is or resistance levels or supply areas that we can short from. So we are right like at a nice resistance area. If we break higher from there, we might go all the way to the next supply area, which is, let me just zoom in so you can see it clear. Okay, so we have a supply area there, a supply area there, a supply area there. Those areas where important movements, strong movements were initiated, those are the areas that we call and recognize as supply and demand areas. So we want to wait for price to go back to those levels and trade off those levels. So in the meantime, we're kind of at the resistance levels we have marked here. But if we break that one, we might go all the way to the next one, which is up there, potentially here. So those are the key levels that I want to be mindful of. In case I want to be building my position or stuff like that. So I'm just looking based on the bias, shorting opportunities. Also, seeing how this movement to the upside has been. It hasn't been very strong. There has been like a small candles forming it. So I'm just ready to look for shorting opportunities. I zoom into the 5-minute chart. I see the channel, the slow channel, and then to the 1-minute chart, and I see, as we tested the gray area here, okay, the supply area, we had already one strong reaction in the 1-minute chart. We pull back. Second strong reaction, we're pulling back. So I'll be looking for these kind of reactions from the resistance area and shorting opportunities. So that's what I'm looking at. I just want to make sure I have enough room in between the ranges to take profit in between. I'm not looking here for a position trade or a swing trade. I'm expecting the market to break these lows. I want to take money between the pivot points, the key points. So that's what I'm looking at, guys, right now.
Yeah, I think USD CAD. We looked at USD CAD in the morning as well with Anastasiia, and we said we're looking at potential shorts from this area as well. I had a short, like a more swing trade short that I just closed not long ago, but I am looking to see if we can have, because like I like this level because it's just like you said, you've had some extreme selling pressure on that fake out, and then after that fake out to the upside, we actually broke down, and now we're seeing price slowly but surely making its way back up into that area that we broke down from. So I'm looking to enter a position if we have a confirmation of a rejection. I'm looking to enter a swing short, but as a scalp, I can also see that this whole 1 hour trend to the upside could start retracing. So I mean, definitely could see a move back down to like 1.425-ish area. I think that would be an interesting area. So there's definitely a lot of room to the downside. And I like what you saw. You said also on the 1 minute here, where you're kind of looking for that reaction. And the 1 minute trend is very clear, and you're looking for that to kind of show some weakness, right?
Mm-hmm. Which right now it's not showing. I mean, the whole movement is slow, but right now we see these strong bullish candles. I need to wait just to allow the market to slow down again and potentially turn. Now, this first setup or this first combination of trades or group of trades will be invalidated if we break this level, because that's the key area, and I don't want to be holding. Let me zoom out a little bit. I don't want to be holding those trades for an extra 40 pips until the next area. So if we break that gray area, we might most likely go to the next gray area, which is the next key level, which is 40 pips. So I don't want to run that distance. So if I'll be willing to build short positions as long as we stay within, inside this gray area, which is the supply area. If we break to the upside, I'll just take the losses. So I'll keep an eye on that as well.
I want to quickly, before I have a question here as well, but quickly before we look at that, I want to show the NAS trade for those, because we entered this right before you came on, and I just want to show the overall idea here that we got the breakdown now. So it's basically based on just wanted to update you guys on. You saw the analysis before, and I'm in this. I'm going to be adding to this shortly and start securing that position. We do have the market open in about less than 15 minutes, so probably a lot of volatility coming in on that. Saul, I had a question for you. We have a question here saying, Saul, so you do all scalp and swing, and I think that's based on the fact that you first started looking at the higher timeframes. But it's not about that, right? It's about the fact that you want to have that. You want to know what the higher timeframes are doing as well to get that bias to be scalping.
Yeah, absolutely. I look at the larger timeframes just to get my bias. Okay, like the overall direction of the big money. Where's in what direction is moving the market, and then I'll go to lower levels just to mark my key areas, my key levels, the supply demand areas, and then I'll go to even lower time frames for the 5-minute chart and 1-minute chart just to execute in those time frames. If you have different accounts, you can divide your accounts or strategies for different purposes. So this kind of approach to the markets is like kind of to create like an income of the account. Okay, you every day you go in, you go out, and you make some money on it. Whereas you can have another strategy or another account in which you you look for larger movements from based on the hourlies or the daily charts, and you look for swing opportunities. And in those, you can create an income, but you can also create like wealth. You can that could be your portfolio, your stock portfolio, and you can hold those for years. That's something that you can be doing in parallel. So I think each approach to the market has a different objective. So for me, scalping the market is like a way to create like an income every day, and that income I can whether you spend it or use it in other long-term strategies that I got.
I think that's the beauty of scalping, and that's why I believe so many people are drawn to the idea of scalping, because you're talking about having a consistent income, and I think that's what makes it so interesting to a lot of people, because they think, okay, I'm going to be scalping for an hour or two every day, and I'll make some money. But like it sounds very good. It sounds like the perfect thing, but then when you try it, you understand that, oh wait, this is actually really, really difficult. It's quite stressful. You need to, be mindful of that as well. Would you say that, would you say that you're a person? I mean, you're the CEO of the company, so you need to be able to handle stress, right? I think that. I mean, I guess that's a personality trait that kind of goes hand in hand with scalping as well, to be able to function well in high stress environments, right?
Absolutely. It's the decision making, and also but you said right, you need to manage the stress, and sometimes the best thing to do in order to manage stress properly is cutting things out when it doesn't work. When a setup it's not simply not going with you, you leave it. You move on, you survive another day. So same with the company. We have many things that they don't go as expected, or the outcome is not as expected. So you either try to scale in, to tune it, to fix it. But if it doesn't work, or if it's too stressful, just cut it out and move on to the next opportunity, because otherwise all your resources and your mindset is engaged, is engaged in that, and you need to free it up for other opportunities or other projects or other things. So you cannot be upset for everything that goes wrong, in your day-to-day as a trader, or as a run a company, or whatever it is, right?
Yeah, definitely. You said something very important, that if it's not working out, just cut it and move on. But that's easier said than done. Do you have, because I know, for example, I'm in a scam trade, and it's just moving. Every 1 minute just comes in with more volatility against me, more and more, and it just moves quicker and quicker and faster. And I'm like, I need to make a decision, but I'm not making this decision. And when I decided on what that decision should be, it's too late. So how do you know when it's time to cut that trade?
Yeah, so in the market it's easy, because you should know that in advance, right? Like for this setup, for example, on this setup we agree, okay, if we break that area, that the market is telling me, okay, my whole analysis is wrong, okay, or the analysis was, my analysis is not aligned to what the market is, is going to do. So you just place all your stop losses where the market, where your setup is no longer valid or doesn't make sense anymore, and you just let the stops take care of the loss, right? You don't need to be worried about. And I think what just happened now, that's a great example of bias working in your favor. We had a market strongly to go up, and suddenly strong movements going to the downside. That's why you want to be aligned, with the market. So that's 3 trades, banked in the account. So,
yeah, we have another question here. I think a really good. Well, first of all, I want to mention you have sometimes. Well, most of the time I see that you don't have a stop loss set. You need to have a stop loss for the when trading our accounts, right? When either you're funded or on evaluation, you have to have a stop loss, right?
I mean, ideally, yes. The high stakes program, for example, it doesn't have that requirement. But then, when we saw one that traded the whole evaluation with stop losses and responsibly, then we manage risk on him differently than with someone that didn't use stop losses. Because when you don't use stop losses, you're basically saying, okay, I'm willing to take the full loss, right? The full loss. So on the company, on the book accounts, on the portfolio, on the pool accounts, we manage risk differently with different traders. So you're right that they didn't place a hard stop in this case, but that's just to allow me to the market to fluctuate when the market is still in the area I want to be. But you will see me, you've seen me, taking those losses, placing my stop losses when they need to be hard placed, and just taking, letting the market take them if necessary.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to get to here. Like, if you're experienced with risk management and you have your mental stop loss, like sometimes I'm trading without a stop loss as well, but obviously exactly what you do not want to see, and therefore you kind of try. Because sometimes, and I think this is a discussion that I hope people are not going to take the wrong way, because sometimes trading without a stop loss can actually help you in volatile markets. If for example, like if you want to place your stop loss at a very specific level, and that market tends to do fake outs, tends to hunt for stop losses, then you might want to be a little bit more flexible with that stop loss. But that level of risk management, I think that's professional level risk management. And I would say you need to have traded for a few years to really be comfortable trading without stop loss, because things can go south. I mean, something simple as, what if you forget that you don't have a stop loss? You go out for lunch and you forget that you don't have a stop loss. Like, things like that can happen. And
Absolutely.
Of course, so you need to be very, very careful.
Absolutely. That, or there's suddenly a news announcement or something like that, and the market goes out of the sudden 50 pips against you that you didn't count on them. So it's important to, when you realize, or when you did your analysis and you realize that the setup is no longer valid, you should be placing those stop losses. It's like yours, net safe, it's like for your safety. It's like your belt, security belt on your car. And it's funny. I learned that the hard way, because a few years ago when I had my largest loss, it's because I was trading without a stop loss, and I wasn't disciplined enough in order to take the losses when required, and I suffered one of the largest loss I ever had. It's not on profitable accounts. That was real money, from my personal accounts. And so I learned the lesson. I learned the lesson that, okay, I don't want to be in that position again. I know how to manage my soft losses and mentally manage them. But when I need to take the loss and the hard pill, I take it. I place the stop loss, the hard loss, and if it's meant to be taken, then so be it.
Yeah, no, definitely. I feel like, well, that's one of the reasons why I try to always use a stop loss, even though that stop loss might be much wider. But I try to always have a stop loss in the market in case, I don't know, maybe Trump tweets something. You never know. Like, you can something unexpected happens, could really make a big difference on the lower time frames. But I do have a question here. What are, like, before you enter a trade, what are some of the key things that you look at before you enter a trade? Do you want to see, do you want price to just hit the level, or do you want price to hit that level and then show confirmation? How do you deal with that? Because I know a lot of people, they have these checklists, right? Price hits that level, then it needs to do this and that and that. But do you have any specific factors you look at before entering a trade?
Yeah, actually, that's a good question, because that really depends on the setup, right? On the strategy you're going to apply, on the setup. Because I am always, we mentioned the analysis part. Okay, I look for the dailies, for the bias, and then I mark my levels on the hourlies. But then what's going to trigger me into the trade is either the 5-minute chart or the 1-minute chart. So in those cases, it really depends on what setup is forming. Okay, am I looking for a breakout setup? Am I looking for a retest of a breakout level? Am I looking for a compression approaching a strong key level? So there's many setups that I trade, and each one has a different execution. So for example, these setups, or the one I'm trading right now, it's a slow movement. Okay, we can see it on the hourlies. Okay, like a slow channel approaching a strong area. So in those cases, my rule tends to be no confirmation. Just take the trade, because the reaction potentially might be so strong that you might left, outside the trade. Okay, and you might miss the trade. But there are other setups that I do look for confirmation. For example, if we're looking for a breakout setup, I might wait for the retest as a confirmation to enter the trade, or I might wait for a full candle close outside the range as a confirmation. So depending on the strategy, depending on the setup, I might wait for confirmations or just get in without confirmations. So that's depending on the setup and the strategy you're looking to trade.
Yeah, and I think you would definitely call yourself a discretionary trader, right?
Yeah. For example, very easy, right? Okay, if I want to trade this resistance, okay, so I wait for the market to approach this resistance, and then I have like two options: either to wait for confirmation or not waiting for confirmation. So if I don't wait for confirmation, as soon as the market touches this resistance, I go sell. But if I wait for confirmation, like having a bearish candle or a candlestick formation or an engulfing candle, so that would be my confirmation, right? Like the closing of this bearish candle, that would be my engulfing candle and my confirmation. And then instead of getting in here without confirmation, I would be getting down here. That's like I believe it's like a 3 pip. It's 3 pips of difference that I missed out just because I wanted to confirm. So I would be getting short down here instead of up here. So also my risk reward, the stop loss on that hypothetical setup, my stop loss is there, above the resistance. So now look at the distance between no confirmation, it's just 1 pip or 2 pips. And if you do wait for confirmation and then you get in, you're now risking 4 pips. So your risk reward ratios also change when you wait for confirmation. So that's why many times you might see me just fading the market or getting in without confirmation at the level I want to get in, because waiting for that confirmation might give you more win rate, but your risk reward ratio will be affected.
Yeah, I think you have to make a decision on what works for you, right? Because just like you said, entering without confirmation, lower win rate but higher risk reward. And sometimes I see that the profits might be the same. That's the thing, like the profits of these two ways of trading might be the same if you do it exactly the same. But then again, like you got to choose the style that works for you. So if you really want to wait for that confirmation and you enter too early without confirmation, that might affect the way you're going to manage that trade. So I think picking the style that works for you. But then of course the best would be, like what I do is I try to, when price hits the level that I want to trade at, I enter a small position, and then at confirmation I enter another position. So if I miss out on confirmation and it runs to TP, well, I'll still make some money, and if there's no confirmation, it's going to be a small loser, right?
Small loss, yeah, absolutely. And that's a great thing. Maybe instead of going full lot size, you split that and you go half without confirmation and half with confirmation in case there's a confirmation or something like that. That's a good strategy as well. And those are some of the topics we're going to be covering on the risk management event.
Yeah.
So how to calculate risk, how to allocate to certain setups, and how to manage trades where they're live. And something else about going to lower time frames that's also kind of it's not I wouldn't say it's a like advantage or disadvantage, but it's a fact. If you go into the 1 minute charts and you miss a setup, very likely in the same hour or 2 hours or whatever it is, you're going to have another setup, another opportunity. So if you miss out on a setup, or you have a losing setup, very soon you will have a new setup, a new opportunity. If you go to larger time frames, there was a time I used to trade off the daily charts. You would wait, weeks or potentially months for that setup to happen, right? Like if you want to take this trade, okay. So you have this could be like a quasi-mono pattern, right? Like a head and shoulder. So we have the head, and now we potentially forming the right shoulder, and we want to look for the continuation down on the dailies. So waiting for that pattern on the dailies, it's months of waiting just to get the confirmation and the signal to go short, and that's it. And then to see if the pattern actually happens, realized, or it's going to go, or it's going for a loose, and then you need to wait again months, right? So going to lower time frames, that has that kind of good thing that you have multiple opportunities.
Yeah, I mean that's a luxury that you do have on the lower time frames. You're always going to get another opportunity. But me as a swing trader, I can wait for an opportunity for weeks, right? So I can add levels, and then I'll say, okay, so for example, in February, I've most of the trades I'm in right now I've entered in the beginning of February, and I'm still in them, right? And I just entered one position on AUD/USD because it's hitting a level where I want to be long for a swing trade, and it's hitting that level right now. And I'm entering my first position when it hits the level because I'm not sure it's going to give me confirmation, right? So a small position. Well, I wanted to show first before we continue. I do have a lot of questions for you, but I wanted to first just look quickly at NAS, because we did have the US markets opening, and it does seem like the breakdown is now confirmed. So I'm looking to take it down to this level. So that's for those of you following along on that one. I had a question for you, Saul.
Yeah.
When it comes to, because we talked about, I mean, you're a discretionary trader, so you don't have a systematic approach, but when it comes to stop loss placement and take profit placement, now it doesn't matter if it's a hard stop or a mental stop, but maybe you could walk us through. I know you've done this in the past, but we do have a lot of new viewers looking at this as well. So maybe you could walk us through where would your stop loss level be on a typical trade like the one you're looking at here, and how do you determine your take profit?
Okay, I'll try to make it not too complicated. So first, the take profit is kind of might be easier to explain, because I'm looking to take profit within the range, okay? And that's what really scalping makes scalping, right? Makes it scalping. The fact that if I'm getting in up here at this level, okay, I'm going short at this level, at the resistance level. I don't wanna wait for the market to break this support and this support and this support in order to take profit. Okay, I wanna take profit within the range. Okay, so this is my range, so I want to try to take profit within the range. So if this is going to be my entry for a sell position, I want to make sure my take profit is above the support. Okay, this extreme here. So somewhere there needs to be my take profit, because if I place my take profit here, I'm just asking the market to stay within the range. If I place my take profit, let's say down here, just because I heard that I need to keep a 5-to-1 risk to reward ratio, I'm expecting the market to break this low, and this low. Those are support areas, just to give me my expected risk to reward ratio. But I'm asking the market to break those levels, to work hard for me to take profit. So I don't want to be, asking the market hard work. I just want to ask the market to maintain its range, right? To go freely between the range it has already formed. So my take profits, you will usually see me taking them within the range, okay, or within the range. So that's for take profits. Now stop losses are a bit more complicated, just because of the way I trade. Okay, stop losses, I have stops and I have hard stops. Okay, so in this setup, for example, or in this market right now that we're looking today, I I made my analysis and I mentioned that this gray area, it's a valid supply area, okay, a valid selling area. It's where I expect, as long as the market stays there, there's chances that the big money will come into the market and push the market down. Okay, so as long as the market stays below there, I will be looking for shorting setups. Okay, but I don't know exactly where are they going to happen. So in between where we are trading right now and where this area breaks down, okay, or breaks to the upside and invalidates the area, there might be valid entry points in within. So between those entry points, and that's something, if during this session the market goes in that area, we might see this actually live. I might be adding into the positions and reducing positions. You will see how I many often take losses and add to take profits and take losses, as long as we stay in the valid area, valid selling area. If for any reason the market goes strongly to the upside and breaks that level, that line, okay, the selling area, then I need to take the hard loss, because that means the selling area was invalidated and the market will most likely go to the next selling area, which is up there. But I don't want to be holding my losses from here, another 40 pips all the way there. So that first setup, okay, that first valid entry area or selling area will be invalidated there, and then I need to close all the trades taken within that selling area. I hope it wasn't that confusing.
No, that makes perfect sense. You're basically trading level, like you're looking at price going level to level, and if you see that price goes from one level to the other, to the upside, and you're short, you want to make sure that you're not short during that move from one level to the next. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I wanted to ask you, maybe some of the mistakes that you did when you started trading, and especially when it comes to scalping. Would you say is there any like common mistakes when it comes to scalping that you would recommend people do not do?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the first one and most important is the expectative you have from scalping. Okay, I think traders think of scalping as easy money machine or a easy money method or quick money, quick way to get money. And when you approach scalping in that with that with that aggressive approach, then you're expecting each one of these setups, okay, or the market, each one you go in the market, you go so heavy that you want to make your profit in one trade. Okay, so you want to get 5 pips, 10 pips, and make the money. So you go with a lot of lot size in order to make that happen. But when that goes against you, your losses are very, very big. Okay, so scalping is great style if you're willing to learn it. It can really give you like that income opportunity and that kind of income, like multiple earning opportunities. But you need to know that it's going to be more challenging than other approaches, because you're gonna have a lot of actually small wins in order that you need to build slowly in order to make your daily income or session income or whatever it's going to be. Okay, so scalping, I think, is in many senses more challenging than other styles. The fact that you need to be very active in the market and you need to make decisions and take losses and take profits and all of that makes it very challenging. So I think that the approach to scalping is one of the first mistakes traders, they come with the wrong expectative to scalping. Second, I mentioned the risk, okay, that you take, because if you in a trading session, you're going to have like multiple opportunities, multiple sessions, and if you go too heavy on one of those, that can affect your whole session and your whole day. So you need to make sure you're constantly managing risk properly, constantly starting slow and then building, like doing a compounding effect within the session you're building. So if you started at $1,000 and you're willing to extend $100, and you made your first setup made you $30. So now you have 130 to play with. So now you compounded your 100 to 130. You have another setup that makes you another $50. So now you have 180 to play with, to trade with. So you need to slowly build that your portfolio or your trade or your account for the scalping session you're having. Okay, I'm not thinking of it. Okay, I'm going to go too big in one session, in one trade. I want to make my day. So approach, like expectations, risk, and then the fact that you need to have you really need to master it. So traders, when you think it's an easy approach, traders tend to do a lot of mistakes. They lose focus, they lose concentration. They don't take the losses when they should take the losses, and those are part of the mistakes I see traders doing. A lot of traders tell me, okay, I scalp, I make money. I scalp on Tuesday, made money. Scalp on Wednesday, made money. Scalp on Thursday, made money. Friday, lost money. I lost the whole profit I made through the week. Okay, and that happens a lot because they're not managing risk properly. So
I didn't get a chance to ask any question, and I'm dying to ask you some, and I'm sure people in the audience would love to hear your answer on this one. You, as nobody else, there are only a few people who are in your position as the CEO of one of the best prop firm out there. What is your
the best, not one of the best, the best.
the best. What is your view as to, is scalping a great way for traders to earn money? Who are pulling money from the markets as a prop firm CEO. Where the traders are getting their cash, right? Do you recommend for them to go after scalping, to learn and devote themselves to scalping?
Absolutely not. I mean, because I know the amount of effort required and the time you need to require in order to master scalping, in order to make it worth. Not many people are going to go that way. And scalping is one of the less effective ways to trade. We've talked about this in the past. You pay a lot of commissions, and we see that on the accounts, on the trade accounts. And I see the guys that are making the highest levels of funding, and only a few of them, or a couple of them, they're proper scalpers. All the rest who are making the big payouts, they're doing it from non-scalping, from swinging, from position, from being patient and waiting for the right setup. So I think the end point of scalping is a great opportunity, but it's very hard to get there, and not many traders have either the mentorship to get there, or someone to learn from, or the patience or the will to do that. So if I have to do like a generalization of what I see and what I know, in the company, I would not recommend people to go pursue that trading style. I would go for more effective ways of trading.
That's very interesting, because that's something I've been talking about quite a lot. When we talk about if we have like two baskets of different traders, in one basket we have the day traders, and within that basket we also have the scalpers, and then another basket with swing traders and maybe even position traders. I would say that the failure rate is bigger in the day trading basket, because the skill levels are, you need to have much higher level of skills in technical analysis and trading, and most beginners are in that basket, which is, to me, it's crazy. You have like people first, the first thing they think about when they think about trading is day trading, scalping. That's what I'm going to do. And I think that also brings down the success rate in that, with those traders. I mean, looking at the successful scalpers that I know, like you, Saul, do it in a way where it's like, it's intuitive based on like 10 years of experience.
Yeah.
And you don't get to 10 years of experience without 10 years of experience,
Well said.
Yeah, absolutely. It requires a lot of, I haven't seen anyone scalping in a methodical way. So if you need to develop that intuition or that discretion, that only comes from time, from screen time and experience. And I don't know a way to shorten that learning curve, and I don't know if it's worth it. At the end of the day, you can make great money doing other stuff. You don't have to go like for scalping just to be a scalper.
No, and I think you if you go down that route, you better make sure that that's what you want to be doing, and spending all of that time behind the screen, spending all of that time looking at the charts, like that's something that you really want to be doing. And I mean, after a couple of years, it's not going to be that fun. I mean, so you really want to make sure that what you're doing is profitable enough to really be worth it. Because as a swing trader, you have much more time freedom, and like I don't want to be spending, like, well, I was gonna say I don't want to be spending 5 to 6 hours behind the screen, but that's what I've done today. So I guess so I might as well use scalp. But what I'm saying is, scalping is not for everyone. Very few people are going to be able to make it in scalping. You have a bigger chance of making it with more long-term trading, or at least day trading on maybe holding a position for a day or two. I think the success rate is much higher there, and I think that's where you want to start. You want to start by getting an understanding of the market dynamics on the higher timeframes, or on a day-to-day or weekly basis, and then go into the lower timeframes. I think that's the key to understanding scalping, because we saw when you come on here in the beginning, you talked about the higher timeframes. Like that's the first thing you looked at. You talked about the higher timeframes, and then you talked about a gap and volatility that could only be created by huge amount of money, probably central banks. And right there, you have a very good understanding of the overall, like the primary trends in the markets. And I see that's one of the mistakes that I see new traders do when they get into scalping. They focus on the 1 minute, and they're like, I'm trading 1 minute and only the 1 minute. It's like, well, you need to have. But then again, Victor's going to come in. I can see Victor's just waiting to comment. He's going to come in and he's going to say, well, if you have the data, if you have the statistics to back it up, then go for it, right?
That's true, but the thing is, the data backs up you having multiple time frame telling you the same thing. The data tells you to use top-down analysis. The data tells you that you need to use everything at your disposal to crank up those probabilities. So it makes sense to use everything you have to do so. And I do top-down analysis as well, and my entries are in the 1 minute, but I start on the weekly, sometimes even on the monthly. And people, when we have our workshops on Discord, people ask me, what are you doing there? Aren't you a 1 minute entry trader? Yes, but this is how the market is built up. It's from the basis. The 1 minute doesn't exist on its own. It's part of a bigger picture. And if you want to have that bigger picture, that panoramic view, you gotta know where you stand in the greater scheme of things. So I think I think what Saul does, coming from all the way from the top, is the way to do it. And that's the only way I know to do it. It makes sense to me, and I think to most other people who know about it.
Yeah, if you open up the charts and you start on the 1 minute chart and you do your analysis only on the 1 minute chart, you're losing the big picture. And also, there's a lot of conversation and discussions in the trading education or YouTube channels around timeframes. Okay, and we need to not forget that the market is actually timeless. The market doesn't care about timeframes. The timeframes they are completely arbitrary. There could be a 1.5 minute time frame. There could be a 3 minute time frame. There could be a 30-second time frame, because that's only like a time representation of price. And the price, if we look at price is only price. Believe me, when I have to pay an invoice, or to a supplier or something like that, I'm looking at the market to wait for the 5 minute chart to close to click on the pay button. I have an invoice, I just pay it, and that might cost, if it's a large transaction on banks, that might move the market in a certain direction. But no corporation is waiting for the closing of the 1 minute candle in order to, to make a transaction. So the market doesn't care about time; it cares about price, and that's why sometimes trying to stick to the time frames might also cause some confusion. When you go to the tick chart, which is all transactions, ticks coming into the market, you will see there's no time frame here. There's just price, right? There's just transactions. So that's a point to remember.
I like that idea
important.
I like that idea you brought up, because I think you're so right on saying this. Time is fluid, right? We tend to think in terms of bars, where 60 seconds forms one bar, but time, the movement doesn't necessarily adhere to those arbitrary lines in the sand that I understand. We all understand that candles, they are they're methodical in how they're printed, shown, etc., and that's a good thing. But we need to understand that that's not actually the fluidity. It doesn't show the fluidity of time, of price, I mean, in time.
Correct.
It's interesting that I've been researching technical analysis, as studying CMT and getting a lot of information and ideas to study in there. And I've come to the realization that nobody really knows why markets are trending. That's a very interesting fact, that we don't really know why prices tend to trend. All we know is that even in a completely random market structure, and using a random walk theory with price, we will see eventually patterns and some type of trends. And I'm not talking about us as humans easily seeing patterns. We will actually see trending markets. Yeah. And the argument would be that it's a thing of nature, right? With the idea that the forces between supply and demand create certain structures because of human emotions and all of that. And when you understand that idea, then time frames it loses meaning. And I think a lot of people need there's a gap in the education space, in the trading space. People saying it's the 4 hour. The 4 hour, that's the magic time frame, because these signals on the 4 like this, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. You have to have an understanding of what is supply and demand, which is quite easy to understand, and then apply it to price. And you can look at the 1 second chart, and you will see the same stuff happening on the 1 second chart as the 1 month chart. And then you understand that, wait a minute, it's not about the time frame. It's about how the forces of supply and demand interact with each other, and how that shows up as most of the time trending moves on different time frames. And when you understand that, it's much easier to understand how there's not just one specific system that you should be trading. It's more, you need to be fluid in the market. You have something that works for you, but that works for you because that's your way of interpreting price movements, basically. I think.
No, go
on. Yeah, I think I was kind of just rambling on there.
No, but you're completely right. There's supply and demand. Most of the time comes from price and not from time. When you're in your 30s and you say, okay, I wanna buy a house at the age of 33, so that might be a demand based on time, okay, because you don't want to be, I don't know, homeless for the rest of your life. But usually it will be price what brings supply and demand. Okay, if suddenly the housing market goes down, or gold prices go down, or a stock goes down, that will bring potentially demand, right? There's prices that you realize are more affordable or less affordable, and usually supply and demand are based on price and not on time. So that's what we need to understand, and that's why those key levels in the market are the levels where in the past there was either supply or demand, and we want to wait for price to go back to those levels to see if there's a similar reaction. So that's in a nutshell the supply and demand.
Elo says, I feel that high time frames has more correlation and more stable than lower time frames. Yeah, and there's a reason for this, because what you see in the high time frames is, so there's this idea that, Schultz Dow talked a lot about in the Dow theory, that the primary trend is infallible, which is basically you can't manipulate the primary trend. It doesn't matter how hard you try to manipulate price on the primary trend will always move with the overall, like the business cycle, the fundamental cycle, the overall the overall flow of the market. But then if you zoom in, you see that there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of volatility, there's a lot of moves in either direction. Price becomes a little bit more erratic. But on the higher time frames, you have a much more simpler flow, because of you remove all the intraday volatility, basically, which is based on more psychology in a sense. But the primary trend, or the high time frame trend, is based on the underlying cycles in the markets.
And I think also the higher time frames, because of the more volume it needs to get moved, right? To it's much less vulnerable for fluctuations, right? Random fluctuation you might have on a 1 minute. That's not going to happen on a daily candle, right? You're not going to see those movements just randomly. And I'm not talking about, artifacts in the market. People call them manipulation. It's on the 1 minute. We can all understand that it takes a lot less volume to move price, to gap up or down. But then you're not going to see that on the higher time frame. And that's why higher time frame is, as Alois has, more stable. And that's completely true. It makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. I think we're coming up to the end of the live stream here today, and maybe you want to cover just a quick. No.
Yeah, just to maybe. Yeah, that was quick. That was an hour.
That was quick. That was actually quite fun. Quite fun.
Yeah, it was a good
It's nice when you're having fun.
Yeah, it actually does.
And I even lost money, and
And you had fun.
But still have fun. It cost me money to
When you also got kids, Jonathan, when they come back from the football match and they say, okay, we lost, but you tell him, yeah, but you had fun, right? You enjoyed. So it's
but nobody cares about having fun. You want to win, right? We want to win. Okay, it was fun. I do care about having fun.
So guys, it really was fun, and we made a little bit of money. And just a quick reminder for everyone, the event, just make sure to sign up. You have the link in the description. We're going to be covering all these topics that we just covered now, from all over questions. We're going to put some order on those topics and how we explain them in a easier way to understand, and with examples and all of that. So make sure you sign up for the Master Risk event. It's going to happen in 2 weeks, but go save your spot now. It's completely free. You will get a lot of surprises in there. So looking forward to that event. And as always, thanks for inviting me, Victor and Jonathan, for having me. And great to see you all traders and coming to the live streams. And keep coming. We're gonna be doing some great stuff here on the YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's right. Next week, I'm going to set up a challenge against a viewer. So it's going to be me against the viewer. And that viewer, if he wins against me, he's going to get a 20K high stakes account. I believe that was the deal. So that's going to be very exciting. A 1 hour challenge. You get to decide the pair. And and if you want to join a challenge like that, make sure that you send an email to tradingroom@5ers.com, and we will set up a challenge for you as well.
It's always a pleasure to have you, Saul. The people in the audience always get very excited when you are coming to the show and sharing everything you do, all your years of experience, and it shows you know what you're talking about. So thank you for pleasing our viewers as you do.
Thank you, guys. See you.
All right, take care, everyone, and
Bye,
see you all next week.
Bye.
Master Risk free online marathon is going to start super soon. 6 sessions, 8 experts, and 6 live hours. So on March the 11th at 9 AM GMT, we are going to start with all of the risk management topics covered in one full day of practicing strategies and live demonstrations. What's going to be included? Free exclusive resources, a new account exclusive for the event, and 15 10k high stakes accounts up for grabs. Now the first 5,000 people that register will get access to an exclusive contest. So go below, join now for free, and we'll see you there.